Okay, I think we're live here. Let's see, we got Thorzax, Tactical Fud, Ashley, and Trees a Blowin', TAB Outdoors, or not Outdoors, TAB Videos. Damn it. Anyway, I guess we're live. Hopefully, we have a super short chat because I got my ass kicked today. Oh my gosh, I just have a guest that just showed up where I haven't seen forever. Oh my gosh, here we go. A poof!
Hey.
Julio!
Hope we don't get no static or feedback.
Huh?
Hope we don't get no feedback because I'm on a laptop now.
No, you sound great. Julio, it's so good to see you again.
Yeah, same here.
How
you doing?
6-shooter Texan just did a video trying tight group with powder cutter bullets. And I thought of you right away. You and Broke Loader, right? Because what was it, 5 years ago, we all did the tests on that. And
right.
you did a bunch of them, and so did Broke Loader. And it eats the powder coat.
Yeah. And I actually still use them like that. I got some that's been there for years. I still fire them like that. Yeah. It smokes a little bit, but it's okay.
Yeah, it mostly attacks the base of the bullet. But I wonder, let's see, we got Papa's Place here. Andy is on his way. Okay, Andy, it's good to have Andy with Julio here. Okay, yeah, okay, my thing was, I kind of went outside the box. You remember a long time ago, I sprayed some lacquer on the base of bullets. I stood them all up and just sprayed some lacquer to see if that would help. And and I did 5 bullets loaded, dummy rounds, and the first one ate it. And I was like, well, the rest is toast.
Yeah.
So, I was thinking the lacquer, since it, if you took acetone to lacquer or other solvents, it wouldn't eat lacquer. But the powder sure did. So that didn't work. But was it about 5 years ago, 4 or 5? I was trying to find them, but my videos got deleted. And Broke Loader is here. I did a search, and Broke Loader, I guess some of his videos, I don't know if someone copied his videos or what, but 2 years ago, someone rebooted his videos on the powder coat test. And that was interesting. So it's really funny that you showed up right now during all this. Let's see. We got Andy here.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey, Andy, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Good to see you.
Yeah, same here. Thanks.
That's funny. I was going to call you this afternoon, but not seeing any posts and stuff from Uncle Jim, I thought maybe he wasn't going to do a chat tonight.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, please come on and say hello.
Oh, you would not believe what I went through today. I am beyond toast. I am burnt toast. Okay, so I've been sweeping, vacuuming, and mopping, and the food storage. I had to organize all the cans and stacks, clean the basement, everything. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to go there.
Yeah.
Tin Man is here. So we got, and Papa's Place is here. So we got a lot of people on the site here. But Julio, the first thing I replied was, you did test. How many years ago was that? We were all doing tests on tight group on powder coat.
Wow. Maybe I would say maybe 4 to 5, something like that. And everybody did it. Even Walter did a whole bunch of them, left in little containers.
That's what I was thinking. 4 or 5 years, and I was putting them in actual cases to make sure it's just like you shoot them,
right?
Dummy rounds, just in case you have that gas off volume in the case, And my first one was a dud. It ate the crap out of it, and then it had so much powder stuck to the base of the bullet. I was thinking that's at least 3/10 of a grain, so that's going to throw your load off.
Yeah.
You got live powder at the end of the bullet instead of by the primer. That's going to throw your loads off.
Right.
Now, we should do it all over again, and I'm willing to do it and do chronograph tests versus brand new reloaded versus sitting there for a month and see if the feet, because you got powder stuck to that bullet. It's sticky, gooey. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Something that's funny is that, remember my 9mm issue I was having and all the bullets I took apart and told you it was like sticky inside?
Yeah.
Okay? Those were powder coated bullets with tight group.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I use a lot of tight group.
But that's only because when I did the 9mm, I was just throwing them loose in a box, so they just laid any old way. Whenever I load anything else, they stand nose up, so the powder's never out touching the bullet.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the gases, when it gases off in that short shell, that's why I wanted to, people were doing them in containers, but I wanted to do them in the shell because you got some gas off there. It's very small, just like you're going to shoot it. And man, it ate the crap out of it.
So. Well, yeah, a perfect example. On my 375 Raptor, the cast bullet, the bullet it's long, and the whole thing sits inside the brass. Only just the tip of it is sticking out. Yeah. When you fire it, you have powder coated melted everywhere.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of messy.
Yeah.
I solved that problem. I went to zinc.
So what I do is I powder coat them, but I put a little bit like that 45-10 over it, let it dry up, and it works very well. It cuts down on the powder coating buildup at the base, because I could shoot about maybe 4 rounds, and I had to clean it because you start getting powder coat buildup at the neck area. It only does that with the cast, doesn't do with the jacket. You see all the powder coating coming off of there.
Yeah, I was, I just gave up after the lacquer thing, and I was going to try carnauba wax and anything to stop it from just turning mushy at the base of the bullet and scooping up the sides. But old one guy is here. Hobby's Hobo's here. Papa's Place. All right.
Remember my powder coating when I was playing with the spray booth? All those bullets were base down, and none of the bases got powder coated.
Yeah.
And that's why I never noticed an issue with those bullets. But the ones that were shake and baked, those had issues.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of funky, and I believe it will eat the Harbor Freight stuff too, even though that's more of a nylon or whatever.
Oh yeah, that'll eat it quicker. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and I use that Eastwood. That stuff is pretty good.
Eastwood is good. That's what I tested on, and even with a little shot of lacquer, it just ate it right now. It ate it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you do your shake and bake method, but you do it in a tray. If you stand them up, if you're going to stand them up, if you had like a towel and you picked it up with the tweezers and wiped the bottom off the powder coat off the bottom and then slid it up, you wouldn't have powder on the bottom of the bullet.
Yeah. I mean, traditionally, lube doesn't have lube on the bottom anyways.
Well, what it comes down to is, do you have another powder that's just as good? And I do, and it doesn't eat. So I love tight group. It's efficient.
Yeah.
It's cheap.
So
it shoots good. It's super efficient, cheap, shoots good. It throws beautiful. However, it eats.
Well, Reload 762, the epoxy. When I was looking at all the powder coat and stuff way back when I first started, was going to start powder coating, I saw a lot of people using epoxy paint. They just just spray the bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gave up. I was going to try different things, just put them in little trays and shoot the base. But I gave up after the lacquer. I gave up. Bisley Blackhawks here, Reloader 762, Tin Man. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe we got to do this all over again and find the perfect, easy solution, even though you got to put them in trays and stand them up and spray them or whatever. Maybe they're, I got an airbrush. I'm sure I could put some stuff that's expensive on the base that won't need it, like gun coat, but I'm not going to do that. It's not worth it. Chessboard is here. Anyway, Julio, it's good to see you, and it's great that you came, because I mentioned you when we were doing all the tests back then.
Oh, okay.
And Ozark is here picking his nose. Is that Ozark or not? I don't want to troll here. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Alaska Andy is here. So, hey, it's great.
Good to see you, Dave.
Hey, same here. How you doing?
Doing good. How you been, Julio?
Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm coming along.
Yeah, I was happy to hear that you're doing better.
Yeah, knock on wood, the tumor's not there.
Yeah.
The blood work has changed a lot. It has changed dramatically, actually, since when I started. So I have another visit at the cancer center in July, and I have 2 more visits with the ENT to make sure the tumor is not there.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything's doing good.
Yeah, it sounds like you're doing way better. I was happy to hear, and you did a video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love my Julio videos, and it's been a long time.
Did Andy go shooting and change the world or something?
No, that would be a no.
Oh.
And tomorrow it's supposed to rain from like 8 in the morning till about 11 o'clock. So that ain't happening.
Let's see. Andy, Alaska Andy is here. G23 is here. Who did I miss? Chessboard. Okay, we're caught up. Yeah, this is great. I didn't even want to do a chat tonight, but boom, Julio came on. I was like, hell yeah. Now I'm awake.
Yeah, I figure I just got home like maybe 20 minutes ago. We were out. Yeah, so I'm doing pretty good.
Another birthday party or what?
No, we did they had this food truck festival, and they're about an hour and 10 minutes away from me. And did quite a bit of walking, so I did pretty good with the walk also. It wasn't bad at all.
Nice.
Yeah,
well, active is the key to recovery too. So being active.
Hell yeah. I'm so happy that you're feeling better, Julio. Gosh darn it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I make it a habit to leave the house at least once a day.
Good.
Very seldom do I ever stay home all day. I go somewhere, I do something, and I just don't sit around the house. Just
Dave,
go
looks
out.
like you got the ice pack on.
Yeah, well, patty cake time is over at the physical therapist. Because what she's working on right now is breaking up all this scar tissue from reattaching all my ligaments and reattaching all the muscles that got ripped out of my body when my arm was sewed back on. And so now she's breaking that up. So, I don't have the swelling and that sort of stuff. And, I'm getting there,
Did they take the pins out or the screws in the plate out?
Took the hardware out. And, it had 16 screws. Yeah, 16 screws came out. And you know what? That surgery was a lot easier than my first surgery, because my first surgery I was injured and everything was all busted up and I had to put it all back together and then install all that crap and then reattach all that stuff. When I went in to get the hardware taken out, it was, I woke up out in recovery And about 5 minutes later, this nurse comes out and says, "Hey, you feeling okay? I mean, not woozy or anything?" I said, "No." She said, "You want some water? Maybe some coffee? Can I get you a sandwich?" I was like, "Yeah." And so she went out there and brought me a little sandwich and some coffee, and I sat there for 20 minutes. And the next thing you know, she walks in. She says, "If you feel good enough, just go ahead and put your stuff on, and we can release you right now." And I was like, "Cool." I mean, my first surgery, I was in recovery for like 3.5 hours. Yeah.
You're under a little harder. Yeah.
Oh, it hurt, man. I have never had anything hurt like that in my life. Like, and I'm sure Julio can understand. I know Andy does too. There's rational pain. In other words, you cut yourself, you bump your elbow, whatever, and it's rational. You can think rationally about it, and that sort of thing. But then there's irrational pain where you're in so much pain, you're going to do whatever it takes to get it stopped.
When your gallbladder's about to blow.
Whatever. Oh yeah, I was there, buddy. I was there, man. I was when I woke up after that first surgery, man. Oh, that was just telling you what, dude, man. That was a wild ride. That was 440 volt, 400 amp up my butt, man. It was definitely lit me up, man.
You got flung around like a rag doll out the back of a Connex trailer.
Huh?
I said you got flung around like a rag doll out of a Connex trailer.
Right. Well, it's not just that, it was on a trailer, so it's elevated off the ground at least 5-6 feet. And I know that I cleared. I mean, I remember going higher than the door on the trailer. And the next thing you know, I was on top of the shore power cables after I just rolled off the bull rail. And I looked up and I started to just kind of black out. And I shut my eyes, and I think I passed out because it was still dark when that happened. And when I woke up, it was light. It was just getting light. So I went down the bull rail and I flagged down a guy down there. I was like, "Man, you gotta help me, man. I'm really screwed up right now." Blah, blah, blah. He says, "Shit, man, what the hell happened, Dave?" And I was like, "Oh, I got time to explain. I need you to do it. We need to secure this thing, man. I can't leave it this way, So we did. We went back and we went ahead and put everything the way it was supposed to. And they went down the bull rail, and I sat on top of the shore power bunker, and I kind of laid down there for a little bit because the whole world was spinning. And then by that time, they came over with a pickup back to the shop, and then the ambulance showed up, and they loaded me up, and away I went. I went to the emergency room after that. So it was definitely a day. That was December 31st, 2022.
Wow.
Well, yeah. I noticed you still have the, you came back to the baby burping blanket there.
Yeah, well, I do that because where a lot of people make a mistake with ice packs is they put it directly on their skin. And so I wrap it up in an old pillowcase and put it on that way. And it keeps it from sweating because, when it warms up, it gets all, the condensation sets up on it. So anyway, I do it for those purposes. But I'm going to tell you what, my physical therapist went ahead and recommended these ice packs. They're a gel pack, and they're not that expensive. They're called Chattanooga. If you ever need to get an ice pack, take a look at what is available out there. Chattanooga is good. They're a good rig, and you throw them in the refrigerator, and within 20 minutes or half an hour, they're frozen again, and you just take them out and throw them on. Yeah.
23. Ow.
Oh.
I just pulled my 14th day straight since the tornadoes hit that Sunday morning, and I'm turning my phone off tomorrow.
That's great.
We had the two largest tornadoes ever hit Arkansas in the same storm.
Ozark, you're too old for that. That's crazy.
Well,
no, it's crazy. You can't keep that up. Dude, man. Your business is going to kill you, and you're going to let it. Take some damn time off.
He's doing this. He's delegating.
Well, no. I'm trying to help you, man. I know a business is business, but make sure you get away from that and unplug it for a while and let somebody else run it for a while. You know,
Dude,
let
we've been
go
helping.
of it for a little bit and then come back.
We've been helping people, and one of my business partners,
stress level that you've got and all that other stuff. That's all. I'm just looking out for you, man.
oh, I appreciate it, but one of my business partners had sepsis this whole time. So it's me and Ronnie and our crews. And when you own a restoration company and a 1.7 mile wide tornado hits your town, you're busy. 1.7 miles wide.
Wow.
Good business. That was the biggest thing you ever did was that part of the company.
Yeah, expanding to the restoration company has been incredibly successful. You know, we've had a crazy weather year this year, but we'll for the Rainbow franchise, we're going to set a rookie record for revenue. So I can't complain about that. West Covina.
We got HIPAA is here and West Covina Dodge is here. Hey guys.
Hey Pat.
Hey, this is a great chat. I'm so glad to see Julio back on here, and it's awesome. Yeah, and
you lost 5 pounds of metal.
So. Julio, you're up in the attic right now without the fan running. So is it cool?
Yeah, I have a little one
here
in front of me. Yeah, the big one is off.
Yeah.
The attic, it's not too bad today. Even the attic fan is off also.
Wow.
It's been like in the 70s, so it's doing pretty good.
All right. You're doing pretty good because if I go upstairs right now, it's about 81 degrees in the living room. Yeah.
Next week we might see 90s, so it's going to be hot up here.
Yeah.
Frankie's hurting. Frankie's in bad shape. They're basically telling him you pretty much got permanent nerve damage, and you got to get through the healing process.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, the surgeon said it's going to take time to heal, and he's saying, well, that's kind of BS, but hopefully the doctors are right, give him time to heal after his back operation, but I don't know. I hope Cranky's doing better. I hope all you guys are doing better.
Well, Cranky had a back operation?
Well, yeah. It's the second time, Jim. The second time in that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He's
got scar tissue.
So he's got about 6 more to catch up to me.
Oh man.
I don't recommend that to nobody, man.
So you're saying hold my beer.
I'll tell you what, I got to get to the point where I can move my arm enough to actually know where the nerve damage is, but I do have I have permanent nerve.
Yeah, no, I have nerve damage on my right leg.
It literally ripped my body.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all getting old. I was talking to Taco yesterday, and he's talking about friend. He's been so busy. He was asking how everyone's doing. Did I miss anyone that had, deaths in the family, all that? I said, yeah. We're all getting old,
Jim.
Yeah.
Okay, let's pull the nose up, okay? Let's get the nose on the airplane up because we're heading for the mountain, okay?
Oh.
Let's not do that. All right?
Yeah.
Okay? I know what you're saying. And we all know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's talk about when we used to chase girls and all our hot cars and the guy that we used to make fun of all the time and blah, 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 Let's have a good time, man. Let's talk about getting old.
Well, those days are gone.
We lived them, man. Hey, we lived them, man. We lived them to the extent of the law. Sometimes it's a little past that.
Just enjoy every minute, every hour nowadays. Yeah.
The one thing that I would say by getting my age is that I meet a lot of people that are retired, and you always meet these guys that were, real mousy people that, just got pushed around at work and never said anything, even if they had a mouthful, that sort of thing. And you know, when they retire, they're angry. You know what I mean?
Why?
It's like,
Why?
I don't know. They get this, you know, they get this attitude about, now that I don't have anybody having a thumb on me, well, I'm the one who's going to be in charge. I'm going to be an asshole to everyone, you know. And then that's it. You know, the guy that drives too slow. I mean,
Well,
the guy,
they're
bitter
because they never stood up. You know, they never stood up got up to
that's
bat.
it.
And
That's it. And you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're lucky to retire, and you should be happy and enjoy what you got.
Yeah. I mean, you live to that point. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Enjoy
should be happy. You should be happy that you're still there and enjoying it, whatever, in pain. Whatever. Vanessa Kitty's here. Hey, Vanessa, Warsaw Patriots here.
Howdy.
Because when I retire here in a few years, I'm gonna get a fishing pole and a shotgun and a deer rifle and say, "Screw you guys."
Do not call. Don't call me. I didn't have anybody to call, and I had to figure it out.
If you want to.
I mean, there's a lot to complain about, but if you don't have to go to work every day and all that and commute, you should be happy no matter how bad it is. You got to make something out of that. So,
Dude, man, you hit the nail on the head, man.
yeah.
I mean, you know, like I'll get a call from, you know, the doctor's office, and they'll say, well, you know, on Thursday we'll see you at 8:00 in the morning. I go, you won't. No, you won't. Because I'm not rolling out of bed at 6:00, taking a shower, go put that coffee, getting in rush hour traffic to come down to you. I already done that in my life, and I refuse to live on your timetable. And so what I tell them, if they say, well, that's the only opening we got, so well, what do you got later on that week, or maybe next week, or maybe 2 weeks from now, or maybe next month? Because I'm not going to dance the dance anymore.
What is the saying? Every day above the ground is a good day. Some saying like that. So we gotta appreciate that.
That's it. What I'd like to find out is what the Yellow Jackets think so interesting on my back porch. I've looked all over.
It's the smell.
I don't know what it is, man. I go out there and immediately I'm greeted by like 3 of them, you know. So I'm gonna have to go down and get me a Yellow Jacket trap.
They got a nest close by. They're catching your movement.
Yeah. What is that stuff? You pretty much it's like a trap. You just fill it up in a water bottle, and they'll go in there and they'll die.
Yeah, you can make a trap out of a liter bottle.
Yeah, or
it works.
The soap trap where you use a tote and put Dawn soap in there, so as soon as they touch the water, they sink.
And not just that, you can also go ahead and take a pan that you drain your oil into. Take a pan, fill it up with water, and put some Wesson oil on the top of it, and then take a stick and put a piece of fish on there, and then take that stick and suspend it over the top of that water.
The Yellow Jackets will go. That's on that soap trap. You use a chicken neck or scrap.
Oh yeah, anything meat, and they go around that thing. They touch that water, they're done. Yeah, and you'll be scooping them off. Yeah. I hate them bastards. That and those bald face hornets, man. I hate them bastards.
The hornets and Yellow Jackets, they're tough sons of bitches, man.
There's Miss Ashley.
Let's see. HIPAA is here. Who did I miss here? It's going pretty fast. Who did I miss here?
Mm-hmm.
You know what's even worse than those, Thor?
What's that?
I don't know if you've heard, but like a years prior back, I'd say probably 10 years ago, there was an incident in California where a guy was literally doing the power line work and maintenance. And sure enough, he was hearing buzzing, and it wasn't Yellow Jackets or Hornets, it was Africanized bees. They actually attacked him. He jumped off.
Africanized bees, yeah, that's something that's down south.
Yeah, but they actually were swarming the living fuck out of him, and they had to call the fire department to hose him down. I mean, he actually almost died.
I have a good friend of mine who's a tree topper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't do tree topping anymore because
of that.
Yellow jackets. Yep, because of yellow jackets. He was up tree topping one time, and the next thing you know, the ground crew, they said they couldn't even see him. It was a swarm, and he was just hanging there. I mean, and so they had to go up there with a bucket and everything, get him down. And by that time, the ambulance showed up and they rushed him off to the hospital. He was that close. He had so much venom in his body, he had to go through detox for like a month. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, so they're dangerous. Okay. Little kids. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, they're part of nature, and they're scavengers and they clean up and everything like that." Oh, you just can't. They're just harmless little insects. Come on, they're dangerous. They kill people.
Bees are one thing. Bees are one thing, but a hornet or a yellow jacket, they'll constantly keep stinging you up the ass.
Yeah, when it's in their mind and they've got the pheromone going on between all of them, their MO is to kill you. That's it. That's what's on their mind. Let's kill this guy. Oh, yeah.
Okay, Fuzz is here and Booze and Bullets is here. That's the update. All right.
Jim's got rattlesnakes and scorpions, so
Yeah,
he's got us topped.
he probably has bark scorpions in that barn of his.
Yeah.
Copperheads and cottonmouths here.
The rattlesnakes don't come up until about now, and my wife's excuse for not weeding the garden is, there's rattlesnakes out there. I'm like, great. I got to water the garden.
It's the best thing against a rattlesnake?
They don't bug you.
As long as you don't accidentally step on them.
Yeah, they don't.
They'll let you know they're there.
I like rattles. I like them because they give you warning, unlike a copper.
Lay there camouflage till you step on it.
Sometimes it's just too late. Like, I forget what state it was. I think it was Kentucky. So this little girl, she was like, I had been 7 or 8 years old, but pretty much she wasn't even paying attention or even listening. And she was just running, going down the balcony. And she actually stepped right next to a timber rattler, and she almost cost her life. And their dad comes out with a big axe and cuts off the head of the snake.
I stepped on a bull snake one time wearing flip flops. They're not poisonous, but they put on a good show. They hiss and curl and shit. They'll send you up a tree in about 3 seconds.
It's funny you mentioned that. My son went down into town. He had to move, what was it, a whip snake, a giant whip snake. And it was across the little bridge, the little bridge when you come to my house there.
Mm-hmm.
It totally crossed it. So he got out, he stopped the car and moved it aside. And then, and he had people behind him, a neighbor or somebody. And then the next day he goes back and the thing has crossed the bridge again. And it's like, dude, you're going to get run over. And so my son gets out, takes a stick, moves him aside. And and then I had a big, it was a striped snake in the corner. And I had to stop and move him aside so no one ran him over. They're good snakes, though. They'll eat the rattlesnakes, whatever. Coach whip snake. He saw us here. Coach, what is a coach whip snake?
Are you talking about a whip snake? That's what I thought you were talking about, was coach whip.
Yeah, one was a whip snake and another one was colored kind of like, red, yellow, whatever. And it was huge. And I had to move that out of the
if it wasn't red and yellow to touching you, it was a king snake. If it was red and yellow, it's a coral snake, but they don't get 2 feet long.
Well, we don't get those kind of poisonous snakes here. The snake I moved, I looked it up, and they'll eat rattlesnakes, so that's good.
King snake, yeah, they'll eat other snakes. But most of the king snakes we have here are those little. They're speckled, but they're not little. You got the little tiny polka dots on them. Brooke says he doesn't do snakes.
No, that's one thing that we get over here in Western Washington. We don't have poisonous snakes. We got, we got garbage snakes and stuff like that.
We need a gobble gobble.
The guys want a gobble gobble.
It's the easiest way to pick off a venomous snake.
Oh, we got a gobble gobble.
Thank you, dear. There we go.
You know how to figure it out if it's venomous or not, though, Uncle Jim? Look at the snake's eye. If it's a cat eye, you know, that shape of a cat eye.
I'm not getting that close.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
I know to find out.
Well, don't put your face.
I look for triangle heads. What I look for, of course, our two poison snakes here, like I said, are copperheads and water moccasins, cottonmouths.
Yeah,
I looked at the fruit gauge. That's
Cottonmouths
about
are
it.
aggressive. Copperheads, they don't want to mess with you at all. But if you step on them, they'll pop you. And then we got the occasional rattlesnake, but
yeah, those are scary because they don't rattle.
Well, over in eastern Washington, Jim knows what I'm talking about. You go over in eastern Washington, it's a little different. They have rattlesnakes over there.
you got
And they got
the wet diamondbacks, yeah.
And they got scorpions over there too. So, you know, but not over here. And,
Scorpions, I don't really have a scare for, but you know what I really don't like is centipedes.
They're just weird looking. Yeah.
Centipedes.
We got a new one in New York, heading into New York or up and down the East Coast. They're called parachute spiders.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You heard about them, Julio?
Yes. They say that they're not venomous, but they are, but they're not harm to human. They're saying.
Right. They're venomous, but if you got a few of them on you, it's gonna hurt. But
Right.
they 4-inch legs.
Yeah.
Wow, 4-inch.
Yeah, they're creepy looking things.
Wow, so they're DB Cooper's spiders.
They climb, they get into trees, and then they come down. They parachute down.
Wow, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Boozing bullets. I'm down the southwest corner on the.
speaking of which, a Washington original, okay, and Jim's gonna know what I'm talking about. I went in the grocery store the other day, and I was just gonna pick up a little, 6-pack of beer or something like that, get some micro brew or some crap, I was gonna have some friends over, and I looked over, and Rainier beer is completely sold out, almost everywhere.
We can get
people have moved over that stuff up here now, and I'm gonna tell you what, if I had the manufacturing capabilities to make Rainier, I'd brew it right here in Seattle again. And, the Microsoft and all the Bill Gates buddies and everybody, all those hobnobs over there in Seattle. Oh, they think that'd be great to have it back. Maybe.
Yeah, where do they make it now?
They make it in California. They make it in California. The stuff in the cans come from California. The stuff that's in the bottle comes from Texas, and they taste totally different, even though
yeah.
I've had
stuff, yeah.
But actually, the stuff in the can is not bad. And then the local watering hole that's about a mile and a half away from my house, they have Rainier on tap, so you can go in there and have a draft Rainier, and it's pretty good. Well, it is. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, the funny thing is all the employees had beer in the lunchroom so they could drink. Yeah. The factory I'm talking about where it used to be next to Sunny Jim's peanut butter.
Yeah.
I did some contract work there at Rainier plant. And I went in the lunchroom. I'm like, oh my gosh, everyone's got beer in the lunchroom. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, we used to go out and have a liquid lunch. We didn't drink at work, but everybody had head out the gate. There was always this little bar outside the base. And see everybody in there, and they just line up all the pitchers.
They'd
have glasses right there at the tables. So,
yeah,
not anymore. Yep. Everything has to be idiot proof.
What a better way for quality control, Broke Loader says. Let me get over here. Yeah, I know. Who lets them drink in the lunchroom? My gosh. Yeah. But that was back in the 80s. So yeah, it was probably okay.
I would be willing to bet that everybody was cool with it, and if you just had a beer with your sandwich, that was about it. That was the extent of drinking a beer at lunch at the plant, because people were considered to be responsible. They gave you that responsibility.
Mm.
Well, Booze and Bullets, you're up there near Starline and Sierra Bullets then, if you're north of Ozark.
Yeah, you can stop by Sierra Bullets, and I think they sell them by the pound.
They're right next door to each other. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Sierra's good stuff.
Oh, I like Sierras.
I like their GameStop bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Booze and Bullets.
I have a tendency to kind of like Hornadies. They're cheaper in price, and I think they shoot just as well as Sierras. Well, at least the ones they have.
Because it's the easiest for me to get.
Yeah, Hornadies.
Yeah, we're next to Barnes Bullets here,
Which is owned by Remington now, right?
I don't know, but when I was driving by the freeway and stopped by at Barnes Bullets, they were closed. So there was people in there, but they wouldn't let me in. I was just snooping around. Maybe I'll go by another time, but yeah, I think it was a holiday or something. They wouldn't let me in. I was just hoping to sweep the floor and get some bullets. Yeah, they're expensive. Barnes Bullets. Oh my God.
They're solid. Yeah.
Crazy price.
Yeah, especially the solid ones.
Yeah, the
They're
copper.
very
Yeah,
expensive.
they're solid copper.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'll drop by again and try and do a video on their factory. See if they'll let me do that. I don't know.
Actually, speaking of Winston Serranos, you know what I came across, Uncle Jim, on PSA's website?
Yeah, the TXX. Yeah.
For me, I came across a Chinese T-54 Tokarev that are selling.
That's a hog killing machine right there.
Yeah.
What
That's a serious hollow point.
What caliber is that, Ozark?
452 by 25, I think.
That's 458.
Ooh.
Same as
Yeah.
4570.
Beautiful looking.
That's 300 grains.
Nice.
Solid copper. Yeah, that'll put a hurt on a hog.
On a hog, I'll put him to sleep instantly.
I'll put a hurt on anything.
Yeah.
Make his day, man.
Okay, Warsaw, you're talking about the Chinese 9mm version?
No, this is 7.62 by 25. They found these, I believe, out of Bosnia and Albania, and these are brand new, out of the box Chinese Type 4 Tokarev pistols.
That'd be a fun one.
Yeah. And the nice thing too is they don't have that imported safety on them. They actually have a safety on the tip of the trigger like a Glock.
Mm.
Yeah, KFW has a few because he has the what do you call it license? Cure Relic license.
Yeah, Cure Relics.
So he's bought quite a few of them, and if you're a reloader, it makes sense because you can load all you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you ever get one of those, Uncle Jim?
I had the CZ52 in that caliber.
Oh, you got a Polytech Chinese AK. I mean, you might as well add it to the collection with it.
Yeah, I had the Roller Block CZ52 and 7.62 by 2.5. That was a fun gun, but all I shot was surplus.
I bet you can make your own ammo loads.
It was the precursor to the 357 SIG. It was a fast, hot little round. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, the Russians weren't around when they developed that, man. They developed that for pistol and for their submachine gun, the
Yes.
PPH-41.
And I bought a bunch of the subgun ammo, and the cases were splitting in the pistol.
I'll tell you what, the 760
They
by
were
25 has killed more people than smallpox. That is killed more people than smallpox worldwide. That is a very, very efficient round.
Thor, here's the crazy thing about that round. The Germans were actually capturing the Soviet PPSH-41s and put them in their own military. And I believe I forget the German caliber they were using, but they pretty much put it in that Papa Shaw.
Mm-hmm.
It was like I believe it was the Mauser broom handle caliber.
The Mauser broom handle, it came in the 30 Luger.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
And then I think what happened is that the Russians got a hold of the 30 Luger, and they kind of analyzed it and said, you know what? I think we can make this thing a real smoker. And I think they started developing it at that time. And by that time, the Germans have already, dropped the 30 Luger and started going towards 9mm. And there's broom handles that are 9mm, 30 Luger. But yeah, so the 9mm. Yeah.
Yeah, the 45 was kind of cool. I had a friend, he was a Vietnam vet, he died, but he collected broom handles, and he ordered one through our store, and it was a 45, which I thought was pretty damn cool. But
a 45 broom handle Mauser pistol?
Yeah, it was Chinese though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was neat because of the barrel. Yeah, it was neat. It was neat. I'll give it that.
You can drop a 9mm down the barrel and it comes out the end, and you say, wow, you might hurt somebody with this thing.
Luger did they made 45 Lugers there.
That was an import that they came in early on. They actually were trying to compete for the 45, and they
same with the Savage.
Yeah, Savage.
They went against the Savage, the 1911, and the Mauser.
Yeah, but those original 45 ones, those are all collector's items, and I mean,
big time.
Oh yeah, they're just like they're in glass cases. You handle them with white gloves on, and with a the way it is.
If you find a Savage 45 at a swap meet or whatever, I would grab that thing right now.
Yeah,
same thing. I'll trade you. Yeah,
just like ISS. If you find a 45, a GI 45, World War II GI 45, and its ISS is on the side of it, that's for Allied Switch and Signal, and there's only a limited amount of those that they made, and those are priceless. I mean, Allied Switch and Signal 45s, because Singer made them,
excuse me.
Just about a Colt made them,
made them.
I mean, there's a whole slew of them, that were made. But Allied Switch and Signal, that's very limited run there. I think there's less than 200 of them.
Yeah. The crazy thing too is about the Lugers. They were trying to get out of that pistol and actually go to the Walther P38, which is the brainchild for the M9 Beretta, Italy and Beretta factory made.
The biggest hang up behind the Luger is that it was a precision made pistol.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't good in the dirt.
It wasn't good in the dirt. And also another thing too, as gunpowders started to progress and the loads started getting a little hotter, the Lugers couldn't. They just weren't made to really put hot ammo through, and they experienced.
They were also anyways.
Yeah, they were a little complicated, compared to modern pistols. Yeah,
and they're not all interchangeable either.
You know what?
A little trivia to all the Star Wars guys out there. Okay, Luger did make a target model of the Luger, and it's a real weird thing. It's got these bullet, it's got these barrel weights on it and all this, weird sights and everything on it and everything like that. And in Star Wars, the original Star Wars, when they look down the hallway and Carrie Fisher's standing there in the Stormtrooper, zapper, and they capture her, she's holding one of those. That was a movie prop. Yeah.
Han Solo's blaster was brilliant. So.
No, it was a target. No, that was Han Solo.
That's one.
The one that Carrie Fisher had in her hands was a Target model Luger. Yeah, and it had the barrel weights on it and everything. And just a little cameo or Easter egg or something.
Okay, here's a funny story. My dad was renting a house for a while, overlooking downtown Seattle and everything, West Seattle. And he was renting one while his house was getting built. And the landlord was a pack rat. And so he's cleaning out the garage and he's finding all these cast cars and everything that are worth a lot of money. These, not Hot Wheels, but the other ones. And he's finding all this stuff back there. The guy was a pack rat. And he's digging around and he found a Luger, actual World War II German Luger in the garage. And he calls me up and he says, "Hey, what's going on? What is this and everything?" And I'm like, "Dude." Anyway, he gave it back to the landlord, but I was like, "Damn."
You bring something up that makes me think of the quality that we had when we were kids. The quality that went into a lot of the toys that we that we got. And the quality was extremely good. And I remember when I was a little kid, I remember going into the toy section at a store, and they had this big round carousel thing, and it had all the Matchbox cars in them. And you could turn that. It had a little wheel, and you could turn it, and you can pick out the Matchbox you want. And then the guy would come over there with his smock on and everything and ask you if that's the one you want. And you make a big deal about getting it out and, put it in the box for you and stuff. And you just don't get that anymore.
I know. I love
kids nowadays. Those were the days where they really catered to the kids. And not just that, there was a little discretion there, because, sometimes the storekeep would turn around and look at your mom and dad and say, "It's okay if he has this," I mean, if he wanted a cap gun or something like that, the guy says, "It's okay. It's okay if he has this." I mean, because some people really didn't want their kid to have a cap gun, but,
And those same stores sold shotguns, rifles, and primers.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. So the quality of what we had when we were kids does not compare to the quality they have now. I mean, now it's just
the trucks are plastic now,
all hanging on nails, and they just take it down, throw it in the cart.
Like I said, Tonka trucks are plastic now, where before you could stand on the things and ride.
They had an elephant. Remember that? Yeah. They had an elephant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When I was a kid, that was their advertisement. They had an elephant standing on a Tonka truck.
Yeah. My father used to use it to move when we were moving. He put furniture on them to wheel them around the hallways and everything. No problem.
That's awesome.
Boys, man. Yeah. Tough boys.
Yeah, I used to have a pit when I was a kid, and I always had Tonka toys. Yeah, they were tough as nails.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and the toys those days, they didn't come with batteries. They had little cranks on them and stuff, and they were mechanical to make them do stuff.
If you're doing the crane,
Oh yeah. And you had a little trip lever. You had to to make the crane thing.
I know you all had the Evel Knievel motorcycle there where you wound it up.
Oh yeah.
Those things are worth money now. Yeah, that was like
we all beat the hell out of them when we were kids.
Yeah.
One of the little trucks that I just played the hell with when I was a kid was a Tonka truck, Yeah, it had the truck part, but it had this sand digger thing that had a conveyor belt that had all these little scoops on it.
Hmm.
And it would just dump off the end, so you could just back up and just fill the dump truck up, and you'd have to turn this crank, and it would just continually dump off the sand in the truck and stuff. And I forget where I seen it. I might even see it on YouTube. Something about collectibles and stuff I was watching, and that's a collectible now. They didn't make for many of them, or they didn't make for very.
Had to clean the cat crap out of the sandbox before you played it.
Yeah. That's basically it. Oh yeah, we had swings at school. We had monkey bars at school.
Oh,
I mean, we ran around and chased each other with sticks and all kinds of crap, man.
As long as you didn't draw the teacher.
If the playground teacher wasn't looking, man, you pick up a rock and throw it at some a-hole you didn't like, and get away with it. Yeah. Well, you thought you got away with it because people would rat you out.
Teacher, are you bleeding? No, then get back out there.
Yeah.
Come on, Tin Man. Tin Man, get on here and get the wife of, what do you call it? Tin Man's wife. Get her on here
Mrs.
too.
Tin Man. Yeah.
Gunswatter is here. Yeah. The funny thing is, we had a beautiful yard and I had to mow it, and we had a reel mower and the old reel mower, the Toros. It made a beautiful yard. I had to mow the yard every day, or every couple days. Anyway, they left me a pit. Okay, we had a beautiful yard, but they left me a pit, and I had a sand pit, and I played with taco toys and the hose. I made tunnels with the water hose, and I played with taco toys all day long. Back in the 60s.
All your buddies would come over, and they'd bring all their crap, and just have a ball all day in just that one little area.
That was good times. They left me a little pit. We had a beautiful yard, but I had my sand pit. And I turned the water hose on, make tunnels, do all that stuff. It was so fun. Yeah. Tin Man, get on here. Same with Mrs. Tin Man. It's Mrs. Tin Man. Yeah.
Mom would let us go outside and shoot. In fact, she would shoo us out of the house. Get the 22, and we could only take as many bullets as we could grab in one handful. Because Dad always bought the big Remington big metal can, so we could get as many bullets as we get one handful. That's what we had to entertain ourselves with.
When I was 9 years old, my dad had a Model 10. My dad had a Model 10. When I was 9 years old, I used to take that out and go shooting up in the hills behind our house. I used to shoot like rabbits and squirrels and stuff like that. Yeah.
One of my favorite K-frames ever.
I had a little
Model
Remington, 10. And then we had a Ruger Mark II. I probably put 40,000 rounds to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever clean that Ruger either.
Disposable 762 is here. Yeah, I had a great Hot Wheel collection when I was a kid. I wish I kept it. It's probably worth money now. I had the tracks and everything, the ones that did loops and all that. Yeah. Oh, well. Garage sale, I guess.
I had the little electric car track that if you put your hand on it, you get zapped.
Yeah, the big cars, not the mini.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, the big cars, and it do the figure 8.
Yeah.
Eventually, you burn the tires out on them. So Dad would go to the little hobby store or whatever and buy the little replacement foam tires.
Yeah, we had the big cars. They were about 4 inches or so. You had
3-4 inches.
Yeah, you had the Cobras and the Porsches and everything. Man, those were fun. They're way more fun than the little ones. Yeah, because they wipe out easier. Oh, yeah. What's going on here? Side chat's kind of going. Yeah.
Oh, we had a go-kart. Bought it at Sears, 5 horse. I can't tell you. We built ramps with 2x4s and bricks.
I have great videos. I hope YouTube didn't kill off. I have an old channel I hope YouTube didn't kill it off, but my son's in a go-kart and he's in the snow and he's doing these, like he's going fast, but then he goes voo, voo, voo and straight again. It was awesome. I hope I have that video somewhere. And he was a little kid.
He was sliding on the car hood, getting pulled by the ATV.
He was just a little kid, but man, he could run that go-kart in the snow. And I think he did 3 Brodies and straight ahead, all going fast.
Yeah, the clutch was good for about a year on that go-kart. And we'd have to get in the catalog and order another clutch and go pick it up at the catalog store. My sister and I saved up and paid $99 for that go-kart. It had a 5-horse Briggs and Stratton on it.
Well, Hot Wheels still in the package. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, they're collectible now. I wish I kept mine. Yeah, when my dad found the Luger, he had all kinds of these collectible cars, all this stuff, this Pack Rat guy. And I was telling him, man, that's worth a lot. He gave it back to the landlord. Landlord didn't even know it was in the garage.
Oh, I threw away, or I didn't throw away, our crew threw away a original arcade Pac-Man machine that an oak tree crushed.
Was it the table? The table?
Oh, no, it was the original arcade.
The side one. Okay.
Yeah, he had a Pac-Man and a Mrs. Pac-Man side by side, and the Pac-Man got taken out by the oak tree. Just absolutely demolished the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Miss Pac-Man got all wet, but there's somebody locally that works on those things, and he was like, "Oh, I'm going to take it over to Bob or whoever, and all right, we'll load it in your truck for you."
Yeah, I'd like to get an old pinball machine because I played pinball all the time.
No mechanical.
I miss pinball. You can't get that from a video game. You can't get that from a video game. So I would like to get a pinball machine down here in the basement someday.
You play pool?
Huh?
You play pool?
Say it again.
Pool. Pool. You play pool?
You play pool. Snooker pool.
Our house came with a pool table. I told this already. When we bought the house, it was advertised with the pool table, all the pictures. Okay. It was a very high-end oak slate pool table, very expensive. And it's right where my wife's sewing unit is now. And he had racks and everything for all the cues and the what do you call it? Anyway, pool cues. And when we bought the house, he goes, you know what? Me and my dad used to play all the time. The dad owned the house. He deceased. And that's why they sold the house here. They just built the house. And he goes, would you mind if we could have the pool table back? And I said, yeah, you can have it. And so he came and he had to have a company come and get it because it was big and heavy. But it's exactly where my wife's quilting gigantic machine is now. I'm looking at it right now.
We had that one dismantled last week. The slate was three pieces of 3 centimeter slate.
Oh, yeah. He had to have a moving company come and get it.
Yeah, they came and took the sides off and defelted it, and it had leather pad over. A leather pad between the felt and the slate. I'd never seen a high-end table taken apart like that.
This one was beautiful, and since it was sentimental to him, I said, go ahead. I could have said no, and I would have enjoyed it, but now we don't have room anyway. Yeah. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I might have pictures somewhere from the ad on the house, but they built a whole area just for pool here. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it right now. They got overhead lights and everything right there for that. Now my wife has a quilting machine there.
Apart from that, I mean, you ever an arcade fan? arcade games.
I can't tell you how many quarters I've dumped in the Space Invaders machine.
Yeah, we're 80s kids. I mean, we were around when that stuff just came out. And then
My
next thing
favorite
you know, there were game rooms everywhere, and everybody went there.
Yep.
That's where you went to meet girls.
Machine.
That's where you went to go find out where the party was, or that was it.
James Pullard is here. I still like pinball. Pinball is my favorite.
Pinball. Oh yeah.
Jim, I'm going to tell you something. I can see you with the Ultimate Man's bathroom with a pinball machine in there and a quarter-operated phone and a condom machine and everything right there.
I would love
could
to
see
have a urinal. I would love to have a urinal just to
Yeah,
say.
and a urinal.
Yeah.
And a urinal.
We've done that. His family had 4 sons, and they had us put a urinal in their half bathroom.
Really?
Yeah,
Why not?
I would love to have a urinal just for say so, with the biscuit and everything.
Yeah.
They're all into this whole water conservation thing, so it takes less water on a urinal. I mean, come on.
Exactly. Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah.
You're talking to a guy that his reloading room is in the utility room, so I have no choice around here as far as rooms.
You know what? That would be the cellar of your house if you ever decided to move or something. If you were to just show them around and stuff, and the guy, the realtor opens the door to this man's bathroom. I mean, that would be sold right there.
Yeah.
I got to get this house.
I could. You know what would be funny if I put a urinal in the garage? That'd be so funny.
Hey,
I knew a guy that made one. He made one out of an old Prestone, antifreeze thing, and a hose that he went out the back. He just did it like that.
I've done that in the beer stand before. I have run the garden hose down the post all the way down.
Antifreeze can, yeah.
All right.
And I didn't want to climb down that 16-foot ladder. I was like, screw that. That was the tallest freestanding.
All right, you guys, I can guarantee you right now, if we find a urinal at our thrift store, which has everything, we're buying it and we're installing it.
What's going home with me?
Yeah, I'll stick it on the wall. I'll just stick it on the wall for decoration. That'd be funnier than hell.
Yeah.
Guys might not like it, but whatever.
You ever play Galaga, Uncle Jim?
Do I ever what?
Play Galaga.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Galaga.
yeah. Galaga. Yeah, it was one of the.
That was one of the
big
video
ones.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Centipede and the Pac-Man series, and then they had all kinds.
What was the Missile Command? And
oh, that was another one too. Yeah,
it said I are the winner or whatever. At the end, the translation.
You had this little cannon you had to manipulate around and shoot down all the missiles that were coming in, and the more missiles that came in, and the more you shot down, the more that would come in. So it's like, man, it would get intense. You had this little ball you'd have to move the thing back and forth with, and all that. Oh man, it was crazy. Yeah.
What that's called? Space Invaders, that wasn't it? It's called.
Yeah, that was the OG right there. That was the OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was where all the little Space Invader guys they'd all move, and then you had to add this little thing that you had to go back and forth and shoot them down. Only shot straight though.
Yeah.
And then you wipe out the rows, they get faster and faster and faster coming down at you. And pretty soon you got down to the bottom.
The tank one or the submarine one where you actually looked in the.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had to make money off those machines because those machines had to be handled by the public, and they were expensive investments.
It was a quarter a pop back then.
Oh yeah, they were a quarter a pop. Yeah.
Okay, Andy, have you ever played video games? Andy?
Very rarely. I was a pinball guy.
Yeah, me too. Pinball all day long. Yeah. Okay.
And I worked in computers way back in the day with the Atari 800s and stuff, and we had all the games and all that. There was one game I liked. I don't even remember what it was anymore, but I was a pinball person.
Yeah. I just like the feel and sound of pinball, especially if you can bump it a little bit without it tilting.
Mhm.
Well, that's the skill of it. That was the fun of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, not hitting the tilt. Yeah.
How hard you can push the machine without tilting it.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
God, no, it reminds me.
And that was adjustable, so they always set it real light. So if you hit it, just I mean, you had to learn how to bump that thing without tilting. They always set it really sensitive.
And we were all on screens.
Anyways, I'm going to bail out, guys.
All right, Andy.
All righty, Andy.
Andy, I didn't even ask you if you shot the Rossi yet.
I was asked. You missed the question in the beginning. No, it's raining again tomorrow.
I know.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow morning, like starting 8 o'clock in the morning until about 11 or so, and then later in the day again.
That stainless steel Rossi's going to rust before you shoot it.
Yep. What am I going to do? Anyway, everybody have a great weekend.
We'll
All right,
see
see
you.
you, Andy.
Good night, side
Where's
chat.
that?
All right, good night.
Where's
Good
that
night,
Tin
Andy.
Man? Come on.
Oh, Uncle Jim, there's
Where's
two
Tim?
games.
Good night,
Great.
Andy. Have a good one, Andy.
Where's Tim Man, anyways?
Well,
was there.
He's giving baths and reading stories. He's got little ones.
yeah, they're gonna put the kids to sleep.
Probably hide from his wife
Comes on
out his
a
little
bit
shed.
later. Yeah, usually comes on at what, the 2 hour mark.
Tim Man's wife
Kids
is a real
to put
guy.
to sleep. Yep.
But there's two games I always hated when I was playing arcade. It was the claw game and also the coin slot machine game. I wasted so many goddamn coins on those machines.
Coin slot machine.
You know where you drop a coin and you try to see if you get the prize if the coins push off your prize.
Oh, the butcher or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
The
Those are
coin.
big in casinos then.
Yeah, the ones with coins on a shelf that keep moving.
Yeah, that. And it drops in your prize if you're lucky.
Yeah, you got to be lucky there.
Then there's the claw game where you drop off the claw and see if you can pick up your prize.
Pick up the duckies and stuff. Yeah, I was never good at that.
Now there's another one. It's where you pretty much are supposed to just verbally or visually see this key and see if you get inside that window and get your prize.
Yeah, I never was good at those. Nope.
Yeah, the old arcade. You go in there, be full of smoke.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean, just thick with smoke.
yeah.
And you couldn't hide it when you went home. Your mom was like, "You've been in the arcade again. I can smell it. Cigarettes on you." And my dad smoked, so
Yeah.
Like I said, that was the place where you went to go and meet girls.
oh yeah, the girl, yeah.
No,
And like you said, where's the party at 11 or whatever? And
yeah, that's right. Who's having a party or whatever?
Cruise.
Oh, it's same thing. Same thing. Yeah. Believe it or not, very, very old rapper. I wasn't into rap music, but very, very old rapper right at the inception when rapping first started really moving along. Sir Mix-a-Lot. He was on the Camden, which was ammunition oiler ship out of Bremerton. And when he got out of the military, well, actually, he was still in the military when he started it, but he had an old Delta 98, and he used to be down there in Bremerton in the cruise lanes and stuff. And if you liked his music, you just went up to him and said, "Hey, I kind of like to buy one of your tapes," and they were $2. And he had them in the trunk of his car. And so you can meet him and talk to him. Yeah, Sir Mix-a-Lot, and he really took off. I mean, his whole thing after he got out of the Navy. Yeah, so yeah, that's interesting.
He had tapes in his car. Yes.
Yeah, he just in the trunk of his car. He just went up and asked him, "Hey, can I get one of your tapes?" And which one do you want? And he just opened them up. They were $2 a piece. Yeah.
my best friend's mom had an 8-track in her car when I was real little. And that was
Thor, you're not gonna believe what I'm just looking at. It's popped up on my feed on YouTube. This is coming from the fucking Canada right now, dude. Hold on a sec. It's just so fucking laughable, dude. It's so bad. Hold on.
LGBTQ community.
Instead of front hall. Oh, geez.
Fucking Canada, man.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. You know, I mean, not to get political. I don't really like to get into politics because, you know, we're getting so close to the election year, and you know, I think like there's a lot of people that just want to take out the trash this year. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, though, is that what people don't realize, the more that we've been socialized here in the United States, I don't know. My question is name one social or communistic country out there that has a vibrant, you know, economy. None.
What, Cuba?
Zero. None. None whatsoever. None. Yeah, so, you know, I mean, people don't understand the way our country works, you know?
Well,
The whole generation of we want something for nothing. We don't want to be responsible for any of our decisions, good or bad. And, you know, whatever, you know, it's all about me and the sun's going to shine and I'm always going to be clothed. I'm always going to have a house. I'm always going to have plenty to eat, you know, and that's it. We got that running around in our element. And you know, well, when you start having to pay for it out of your taxes, well, don't come complaining to me and don't complain to me that you can't afford to buy a house.
well, it's like the gays for Palestine. Like, how many gay people live in a fucking Middle Eastern country now peacefully?
Go over there and cheer the fact that
protest over there in Palestine about how you're being treated as a gay. Watch what happens.
I saw some
go to Iran and do that. Yeah, just go to Iran and do that. You know, just stand there with your sign. What
Go
you're
to
doing
fucking Afghanistan for all we know.
I saw some interviews on the streets, probably California, but you had a transvestite interviewing people about what's going on in, you know, over there between Jerusalem and Hamas or whatever. And they said, you know, if you were in their country, do you know what happened to you? And they didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue what would happen if they were on that side. They had no clue. And they're like, what? They do that? Really?
They still stone people over there?
Oh my
God. Look at the Man Show. Look at the Man Show. Remember that Jimmy Kimmel on the Man Show? I mean, they set up tables and everything. They were down on a beach and it had a big banner and the American flag and all this stuff and pins and all the paperwork and everything to sign up to end women's suffrage. And there were women just lined up. Said, yeah, I'll sign that. Don't you realize that we're making fun of you? This is what gave you the right to vote. You know, I want to end it. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to get political right now, they're after the judges now, and one is for the appeal to heaven flag. All right, that Alito put on one of his on his like summer house or vacation house. First, he had the upside down flag, and then he put the appeal to heaven flag, and now everyone's up in arms because one of our big judges have that flag in their yard. And then you have San Francisco that had that flag up at the Capitol for like 50 years or so, and all of a sudden, oh, we better take that down because that's bad. You know, these people are idiots. So
Jim,
they got all over. They got
in my
all over.
town, 12 miles away. 12 miles away, they had these, celebrate, diversity flags. Okay, they were gay pride flags, the multicolored ones, and somebody went around and they slashed them all. And now that my town is saying, well, we need to get behind this because to replace all those, it's going to cost $15,000. Well, wait a minute, you paid $15,000 for a bunch of flags?
Well, right now they're after Judge Alito and Judge Thomas.
Nothing against gays. I mean, I'm not saying anything like that. But when our tax money is buying flags to display in towns, to make them touchy, feel good people just out there, that's bull crap, man.
Well, here's the funny thing too. Even the LGBT community, the standard, gay community, nothing against gays, but they actually are against the Gays for Palestine movement and all this other shit going on.
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of people that are running around with a lot of problems, and I'm not saying that being, same sex, whatever, is a problem. I'm not at all. But when you change yourself, you actually have operations to change the way you look, and so you can look like a female or you're going to look like a male or whatever. To me, I got to hand it to you, and I will tell anybody who does that, you know who you are. To lay down on that operating table and go through all that stuff, you know who you are.
Yep.
You've made the decision to know who you are. No, and I can respect that.
What's really disturbing right now? I don't know if you heard, Jim. Did you hear about that Democrat out of New York that's saying that she's suggesting that Trump supporters need to be going to every education camp after the election? Yeah, and this is the video.
We just need to get off politics altogether and start talking about
because it's
talking about Hot Wheels again.
Starting to jump.
Kyle is here. Hey, Kyle.
Even if we were to have a resounding blue wave come through, as many of us would like, putting it all back together again after we've gone through this MAGA nightmare. And re-educating, basically, which that sounds like a rather a re-education camp. I don't think we really want to call it that. I'm sure we can find another way to phrase it.
There's so much better than that. I can do better than that right now. Jake One is here. Esau is here. Kyle Lusk is here. Esau was already here. Jake One is here. Oh, I could knock the snot out of that with local update stuff. Yeah.
Pat brought something up about this whole killdozer thing that happened in Colorado.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And there are so many controversial opinions about that, about what went on in that town and stuff.
I love Killdozer. I love it.
He made a statement. Hey, again, you know who you are. When you got a Killdozer, you're going around bulldozing.
Was that
the town, the mayor's office and everything. You know who you are. You're making a statement of who you are.
That guy was in his garage. He stick welded everything together, put some stains in a bulldozer. How do you not like that guy?
he ended up like high centering on a highway wall or something like that.
No, he was bulldozing. He was bulldozing something like the library or something, and they had a basement, and one of his tracks broke through the foundation, and one of the tracks was hanging down in the basement, and he couldn't get off of it.
No,
funny that Pat would bring that up. Of all people, Pat's the one who would brought up Killdozer. That's an interesting story, though. It's an interesting story, and there's lots of different opinions about it.
It doesn't surprise me that Pat brought that up at all.
No, the closest to a Killdozer, but it doesn't really match to give it merit. But this is the closest I've seen. It's even close to it. Some guy stole one of these.
Yeah.
Good luck driving down a freeway at that speed.
Yeah, just those dualies on the back. I mean, they're as wide as those police cars. What are you going to do?
Look at those cars. It's been a minute. Yeah.
California.
Yeah, you just got to wait for him to run out of gas.
Anyway, Kyle Lusk is here. He'll be home in 40 minutes.
You know, it's interesting. I seen on a video about when he made that bulldozer. He used half-inch plate steel, but he put in he sandwiched it, and he put concrete between, to absorb any type of rounds or something that would be fired at him. So the guy knew what he was doing. I mean, the guy just didn't throw up 1-inch plate. He actually sandwiched, half-inch and then concrete and then half-inch and then.
Yeah, he was pissed off because they screwed him over his business or property or something.
Yeah,
property. Yeah,
it was his business or property, and he was, it was unjustified, and he got pissed. And I appreciate what he did because he's like, all right, I'm getting my pound of flesh, and it's famous from now on. You'll never forget the Killdozer.
I look at it this way, not that it matters. I'm nobody, I mean? But I look at it this way. Some people said, yeah, he could have moved and relocated, been happy somewhere else. And then there's the other thing too. Well, the guy was making a stand too, and not just that, he was standing up against the influence and corruption of big business, because the only reason why they wanted that property is because they were going to build a cement factory.
A little rebellion every once in a while is healthy.
Oh yeah, and so the whole the town council, everybody was against him, and all the way down to the water people and the sewer people, they were screwing with him, and then since it had something to do with the sewer system. He was on a septic tank, which he could be on, but he was wanting to go and hook up to this local sewer system. And he ended up he would have to pay all this or get some sort of easements and stuff and get them from the people that were actually the people that were going to put the cement factory up. So they weren't going to give him an easement. They were trying to force him off that property. Well, finally, the town got behind it, and they started fining him for every day that he wasn't, hooked up to the sewer system, and that's what pushed him over the edge, because they went ahead for the back money that he owed on all those fines, and after he fought them legally and spent a bunch of money on that, he ended up losing in court. They went ahead and they put that property up for auction. So if you don't want to pay your fines, well, we'll just put it up for auction. And he did. And that's when he started doing his welding. Yeah, and I don't know.
We got Mario here. Hey, Mario. Hey.
Feedback somewhere, too.
Speaking of tanks and killdozers, Mario is here.
Oh, you can find a Killdozer Hot Wheels.
Gunswatter says now I can type. Okay, hey Gunswatter. What is that? A Killdozer?
Yeah, Hot Wheels.
Yes,
and famous. Wow.
$89. Oh
it's
my!
It's on Etsy.
I got it.
See, the guy's gonna live forever in infamy.
Yeah.
Refill. I'll be right back.
Hey, he fought back. That's probably what we're gonna need to do if.
Well, he finally stuck his head out the window and said, "I'm madder than hell and I ain't gonna take it anymore."
Here's an original, Uncle Jim. Look how much they're asking for this one. This is the original. Look at that corner on the left. $483.89.
Wow.
And it's in stock.
Killdozer lives.
I'm surprised that Hot Wheels would make something like that.
I know.
Mario, I wish you would have got that on video.
Wait, what? He's trying to take at a fucking cow. This all I can see is pink mist. Like there's nothing left of the cow.
Well, all I gotta say, if the election doesn't go well this time, we're all gonna have killdozers. We all need them because it's too crazy cuckoo out there right now. They're going after our judges now because they didn't like how the Trump. It's all so it's gonna come down to one-on-one soon if the election doesn't go well.
Did you see Jim Jordan going in after them now?
Oh, Jordan's all over it. You know, we need a ton of Jim Jordans. Accidentally? What are you talking about accidentally?
Accidentally. Did you shoot a cow or not?
No, there's no accidental. No, it's sighted. No. It's sighted in and no.
Yeah.
You don't accidentally shoot a cow with a tank.
No, they just want to see what the cow does when they shoot it.
Yeah, I know.
Flying beef and steaks in the air.
Yeah.
It's good to see Mario. I hope you're doing well. Last time I saw you were managing the Home Depot thing. I hope you straighten them all out, Mario. Did you get to paint a dick out of the barrel? Pat, it's funnier than hell. Yes, you got to stamp your kills. So you have like tank, cow, tank.
Uncle Jim, no, not cow. Technically, a cow is called a heifer. So it would be heifer 1, heifer 2, heifer 3.
Oh, Mario, answer the question. Did you stamp a cow on the tank for your kills?
Heifer 1.
That was a bull killer.
You know, the enemy would be looking through the magnifying and they're like, cow? What? What the hell? Oh, Mrs. Tin Man is here. Super short chat. LOL. Yes.
Oh, you know what's worse if you were doing it in India? You know why?
Oh, they worship the cows or whatever.
Yes. Oh, these cows are sick and don't shoot the cow.
Hey, that's biblical, you know. Don't worship the cow. That's biblical. So there you go. Didn't that happen during Moses? After parting the waters, they started worshiping the bull again, and bam.
Yep, and
yeah,
the commandments.
Yeah, there you go. Don't be worshiping the bull. Yeah. I placed a Utah sticker on the side.
You know what's even worse than that? The brazen bull. Worst torture ever was they were steaming and cooking the life out of a person by putting them in the brazen bull.
I was laughing when Uncle Jim talked about pinball and pool table because he shooting range and throwing an axe and knife tree stump. Two things I'd love to have. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I still love pinball, though. I'd rather play pinball. I'd rather play pinball. You couldn't tear me away. Yeah, I need a pinball machine. They're expensive now, though, and then they're high maintenance.
Ever good at poker?
I play poker every night. I'm pretty good. I play Texas Hold'em. I'm really good at it.
Hard part's keeping your money.
I have millions, and I play $1,000 and $2,000 tables, and I have millions, so I'm pretty good at it. I'm not
I
I'm just
disagree.
good at it. Yeah, I play poker every night.
Until I see stacks of chips, I don't believe any word of that.
Mario, hang 'em horns. University of Texas. Come on.
You don't believe me? I can pull it up on the iPad right now.
No, where's your chips? Like, where's the stacks of physical chips you got?
It's online. It's like what is it?
That's not
cyber money now.
I don't believe in that crap. No, go physically playing
What do you
poker.
call it? What is it now? Bitcoin and crap like that? No, it's cyber money.
It's like people betting on football. That's stuff that should not have been legal to begin with.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I had to switch iPads, I had like $5 or $6 million on the last one. I can still log into that account. Now I'm working up to like 3 million, and I only play $1,000 or $2,000 tables, so that's a lot of money.
Are you playing the computer or actual other people?
I'm playing people.
No, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, computers. You don't know what a computer's doing. I need people. Yeah. No, I'm huge. I'm a huge Texas Hold'em guy. Huge. I know everyone out there that's good. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'd probably be rich if I played poker for a living. I'd probably be rich, according to the stats I got. So.
Yeah, but you got
not to brag or anything. It's just the facts. Yeah.
You got to get out of the teenager room, Jim. Come on.
Teenager room.
Hey, you know it's even dangerous if you were in Vegas playing poker?
What's that?
You ever seen the movie Casino?
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen if you ever do in that type of area. The mob.
Yeah, here's my smallest account. There's my smallest account, and that's 1.173 million.
Yeah, shit. Damn.
That's my smallest account right now. That's my scrumper.
So could you cash in and get all that money if you wanted to?
The government doesn't. Yeah, you got to be. You got to be in Vegas. There's rules for professional online collecting the money poker.
And of course, the government wants their fair share of the taxes and all that shit.
Mm-hmm. You know, my best poker handle was, what was it? No. Okay, my most money poker handle of all time was, now what do you call it? Reloaders Network. No TLR. No TLR is my best winning account ever. No Reloaders Network. No, what do you call it? TLR, whatever. Anyway, that's my other iPad. I have millions and millions of dollars with that handle. No TLR or whatever it is. Yeah. I love poker. Poker is my game. Yeah. You can't beat a game like that. How do you beat Texas Hold'em? There's no other game. It's chess with times 10. Anyway, I love poker. I'd love to play. Yeah, no TLR. That's what it is. Yeah. If I had my old iPad, the battery's probably dead. If I pulled that up, I got millions and millions of dollars on that one under that handle. Right now, I'm under a different. Yeah, right now I'm under a DB Cooper Seat 18 handle. Yeah, he's Seat 18. Let me see. Seat 18E is what DB Cooper sat in. So that is the handle I use now.
DB Cooper.
Yeah, Seat 18E is where he sat when he jumped.
So how old will he be now?
He would be about 90 something. Supposedly, it was about 45 to 50 when he jumped. So that was in 1971. So he's dead. And there's a couple really good. There's only two guys I think that was DB Cooper. Otherwise, they don't know who it was. So there's a new one that's pretty interesting. He's a good suspect, but anyway, that's a huge ordeal, so we won't go there. DB Cooper's the best mystery ever in America. And it happened in the Northwest where I lived as a kid, saw it on the news. No one's ever found the guy. And it was the only one unsolved. And he made the jump easily because all the copycats did. All 5 of them jumped and made it. Obviously, it was a vet because they were all vets in 71. Okay, I'm back to sausage, not what?
What about Frozen?
Not thought all the way. Okay, it'll work.
All right, now that's just disturbing to think about.
So we start talking about food, Tin Man.
Cranky is up. Hey, Cranky. Good to see you, Cranky. I hope your back's doing okay, Cranky. I know you're having back problems, but maybe the doctors are right, and you got to just let her sit for a week or two and see if it heals up.
Tin Man, I was trying to tease Uncle Jim last weekend when we were cooking crab legs.
Oh, yeah. I love crab legs. Yeah. I'm not a seafood guy, but I love crab.
If it comes out of the ocean, I pretty much like it.
Yeah, and I couldn't believe believe it or not, Tin Man has never had crab legs.
Really?
Who the hell has not had Alaskan king crab legs, dude?
Well, that's
crab. I was doing.
I told him
missing out. Damn.
He mentioned something about fake crab legs in a salad, and I'm like, no,
that's not
or whatever that stuff is.
Yeah, fake crab in a salad. No, go out and pay the money and get Dungeness crab legs, and you will dip it in butter, and you will be in heaven forever.
Mm-hmm. Dungeness and blue crabs are my favorite eating meat, but God, you got to work for them. I like the snow crabs; they're a good balance. King crab to me is salty. It's too salty.
Fishing crab.
Yeah. Another one is soft shell crab. Those are also really good.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you haven't had, like Jim said, if you haven't had Dungeness crab, it's phenomenal. It's very sweet and it's tender. It's awesome. You know, I mean, we have rock crab, red rock crab here.
Oh yeah.
And they're not as sweet. They're good to eat, but if you can get I'll tell you what. That's another thing too. When I was a kid, you used to be able to start off where I live and then go all the way to Port Angeles on Highway 101, and when you went on that trip, there was just one place after another place after another place that was a seafood place, and Dungeness crab was what was. I mean, you get crab louis, you get all that, and all those places are gone now. Every one of them.
Yeah,
there's another thing too about Pacific Northwest trivia here. I know Jim knows what I'm talking about, but there was a place. There was a chain here for a while, and they called it Sea Galley. And you could actually get a really good crab meal there for not a lot of money.
We got crab legs, Sea Galley.
We got crab legs, Sea Galley. Yeah, and man, I'll tell you what, you could really load up there, and it wouldn't cost you, wouldn't cost you a lot.
I'm kind of biased. I think the Pacific crabs were the best. Of course, Alaska. However, there's good stuff on the East Coast too. So
Yeah.
You know, it's the cool little thing you could do after you're done eating the crab leg.
had a good Chinese in Utah. What?
What?
Next, I'm trying to catch up. Anyway,
You lost me on that one.
I'm trying to catch
You
up.
couldn't get good Chinese food in Utah.
If you want the best crab ever, it's caught on the Alaska, way out there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the cool thing after I eat a crab leg, or after I have a dinner, I use the actual tip of the fingers and actually use it as a toothpick.
Yeah.
All tip, yeah.
But Tin Man needs to try crab. I don't care if it's east or west. Try some crab.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's afraid of spending the money, the premium, in order to actually eat, though.
I get 2 pounds for $30 at Walmart, and it's not that East Coast red crab. It's the real snow crab.
Mm-hmm.
It
No,
was
I
good.
don't get it's expensive, but I get them with crabs, shrimps. I order with corn and sausage, and they cook inside of with a garlic sauce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's amazing.
Steamer, yeah.
It all cooks together with the corn and the potatoes stuff. Yeah.
There's
That's a popular slop. They just slop it out on your plate. You just eat it with your.
there's one thing I haven't had. I haven't had shark in my lifetime.
You hadn't had what?
Shark.
Shark.
Hey, shark.
It's kind of dry. It's grainy.
It depends how it's cooked. I like shark. It's fine. Yeah.
Black tips probably the best.
Yeah.
Mako is not bad.
Yeah, here famous the blue mako. It's famous here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with shark. If you go to a place that they need to leave the loin whole, because if you slice it, it interacts with oxygen and builds up actual ammonia on the meat. So you got to slice it to work. So,
Yeah, well, they urinate through the
yeah.
You talk about like the carcasses explode and shit.
Pardon? Your mic is
when
really
the carcasses explode.
I can't hear you.
I said, like, you're talking about when the carcasses explode, because of the gases and shit.
Oh, hopefully it's not that old. No, don't want it that old.
I don't think it would ever get that point because, man, it would stink. Oh, man, you would throw that out long before it would go up.
I've seen whales do that, actually, and it's not pleasant to see.
I'll tell you what, the Oriental culture here, they would eat those dogfish, sand shark. Yeah, they would eat them. They loved them.
There's a push forward in the North.
Salmon fishing, and you just cut them off. But man, I'll tell you what, they would reel them in. Boy, that was home cooking for him.
Well,
they carve them up.
Okay. I have a challenge. I have a challenge right now for Tin Man to take Mrs. Tin Man out for dinner for crab legs.
And you're paying the tab whether you like it or not.
Yep.
Well, he's paying. Just there's a challenge.
Once you start crab legs, you ain't going back.
That's right.
There's another one you guys have up in the Northwest is razor clams that we can't get down here that are really
there's down there on the beach, 500 yards away from my house, man. You can just go down there on the beach. You could dig those all day long, and that and the little steamers. You can get those. You can get razor clams. I mean, you name it.
Jim misses the gooey ducks. So
yeah, and you know what? The funny thing was that they used air injection. They brought in these divers with these great big huge pumps and stuff like that, and they used air injection to get the gooey ducks. And the problem is that I don't think that they do it anymore commercially because gooey duck is a huge moneymaker to the Japanese. They love them, and they pay big bucks for those. And the thing was, though, is that when you put the air into the seabed, You get them to come up, the divers would just go ahead and grab them and start bagging them. But the thing is, though, is that once that air got in that seabed, then you ruined its ability to produce mud grass and seagrass in there. And so what you've done is you've turned the bottom
destroying their ecosystem. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you've turned the bottom into a huge desert where nothing's going to grow for a while.
And I don't see what the big deal on the West Coast is about abalone. Man, that's like eating a piece of rubber, the sidewall out of a tire.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're paying $40 a pound for this stuff? It's like eating the sidewall of a tire.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a seafood guy. I don't eat mussels, all that stuff. I know Cranky likes mussels. I
love green mussels. Love green mussels.
You don't like any? You don't like any fish?
Pardon?
I was asking Uncle Jim. He doesn't like any fish.
No, I like crab. I like if clam is in clam chowder, that's fine. But I'm not really a fishy seafood guy. I love flounder. I like all that. But yeah.
I like little baked cod with lemon and butter on it and potatoes. Maybe
good old British beer battered cod. That's how I want it.
Yeah, cracked up bacon on top of the potato.
Yeah. That's all good. When you get to the fishy tasting stuff, I don't like it.
I thought you liked salmon, and that's the fishiest stuff out there.
What?
I thought you liked salmon.
I love salmon. That's not fishy. That's salmon tasting.
Well, it's one of the heaviest fish out there to me.
No. Salmon rocks. That's awesome. It's not fishy at all. That tastes like salmon. Salmon doesn't remind me of fish at all.
Definitely a meat fish.
West Coast salmon.
So
when you about medium rare.
Yeah, when you buy fish, I usually catch my fish. That's usually the best way. Mm-hmm. Or if you go to an actual fish market, not going to a grocery.
You know how long it's been sitting around.
In and out.
Yeah.
The fish shouldn't stink at all.
Smells fishy. No, it's sweet. Their eyes should be clear.
Right.
Yep.
Out here in Hansville, I used to do it a lot. Is go out there and I'd cast out there just with a big casting reel and just cast out there and catch silver salmon. Silver salmon, they get about 12 pounds, for a real big one. But I'll tell you what, they're the tenderest, most flavorful of all the salmon. I've had king salmon, I've had coho, I've had all of them. And I'll tell you what, that silver salmon, they're just the right size and they're the right maturity and the whole 9 yards. And as soon as you catch it, just like Ocean said, as soon as you catch it, you take it home, you clean it and everything like that, you cook it the same night. Mm-hmm. You don't put it in the refrigerator or anything. You just cook it the same night, and it is the best.
Oh, that's the best.
That's the fish you've ever tasted in your life. It's just oh my gosh.
You cook it with brown sugar and garlic and butter, and oh my gosh.
Brings the onions in between, and wrap it up in some tin foil and put it on a barbecue. Oh my God.
My favorite is pecan crusted salmon.
And you know what? Here's something for Tin Man. I was thinking about him the other day. I was going by the grocery store, our local grocery store downtown.
Mm-hmm. And
I had to stop in there. I had to get some half and half and a few other things. So I went in there, and I know all those people. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Dave, blah, blah, blah. So I went back and the guy that runs the produce section comes over. His name's Eric, and he goes, "Hey, Dave." And I go, "Yeah." He says, "Man, we're having a hell of a sale on corn." I said, "Really?" He says, "Yeah, man. 5 for $1. 5 ears for $1." Because I guess they got an overabundance of them. Because this was all in like a cardboard, box, that was on a pallet. The pallet jack was stolen to the pallet. They just wheeled it in there. And, and so I picked up 10 ears of that stuff. And some of it's white corn, some of it's the mixed white yellow corn.
The peaches and cream, that's the good stuff.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, man, that is so sweet. I mean, I cooked some up the other day, and man, I forgot what that would taste like, corn on the cob. Oh, it was delicious. And I thought, damn you, Tim, man. Damn you.
Well, is it from Iowa or what?
It's grown here locally, actually. It's grown here locally, so it's
come on.
No, actually, over in believe it or not, Jefferson County, right north from us, there's farming communities up there, and they've kind of got into this niche where in the springtime when they go ahead and they do their corn, they sell to the local outlets. So the stuff that you're eating is actually coming from this area. Yeah, so it's really good. I mean, man, I'm telling you, that's awesome. I mean, you just bite into it and it just pops. I mean, you only cook it for like 5 to 7 minutes, and you take it out and you put your butter and salt on there. Oh God, it's great. It's like God.
Yeah, my wife's favorites are corn on the cob and watermelon.
Oh yeah. Yep, springtime corn is just awesome.
Yeah, you don't get the good watermelon until after the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm. 4th of July. I don't even think we're going to have a 4th of July with this fucking election.
Warsaw, I'm going to tell you something, man. You go, I don't know what it is about it, gravitate. We can be talking about, toilet rings. I mean, the toilet ring to buy or how you stack them so it doesn't leak, and you'll bring something up political about that. Dude, I'm not finding fault with you. I'm just saying is that
I'm not trying to be negativity.
Just like,
I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just saying for real, with everything going on.
You're not trying to be negative. Then what are you being positive about? You're positive that it's all negative.
Hey,
what you're positive about.
I think we're gonna make it. The people get it now. I think we're gonna make it. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, let's take out the trash, man. I seen it on a meme or something where there's a pair of garbage cans. One has our administrator on it, and the other one has the assistant administrator on it by his office. And it says, "Let's take out the trash in November." And that's true. And you know what? I'm looking. I would love it if somebody would come up with a meme of Peter Falk as Columbo in his old raincoat and all that, and he's spinning around in the doorway of the Oval Office and says,
"One more thing
before I leave."
That
would be awesome.
Okay. All right,
that would be awesome.
All right, you brought up
the greatest meme ever. Just one more thing before I leave. Right. And I promise I won't bother you again.
You brought up something. You brought up something funny. Right now, I have an Indian head on my garbage can, so I can identify it when we pick it up. Right, because we dump it at a certain area.
Right.
I want to put Biden stuff on my garbage can.
Oh, hey, Uncle Jim, guess what?
Oh.
The pronoun is known as the garbage can.
Right.
Identify as a garbage can.
I could show you right now. No, it's not up here. Anyway, I got an Indian head on my garbage can, so I know which one to grab because we have to put them at a dump spot. And I should put Biden stuff spray painted on the garbage can. That's hilarious.
Why don't you put Oscar, from Sesame Street on there?
I'm gonna do it.
That would be great.
The garbage man's gonna laugh his ass off.
Sorry to bother you. Oh, but just one more thing before I leave.
Yeah, one more thing.
Yeah, just one more thing before I leave. Or he's heading out to Eagle 2, right? The helicopter, and Peter Falk says, Bill, she says, Joe, just a minute, Joe, just a minute. Just a minute before you leave. Just got to go over one more thing.
My favorite is how he leans forward to start walking. So it's like ready to fall down.
No,
Sometimes bad times bring about the good times. And then when things get really good, then that brings about bad times again. Then we have to work towards getting
Chevy Chase and Gerald Ford falling down.
Yeah, but have you guys noticed? What is that background noise? Have you?
I thought it was me, but it's not me.
I think it's Warsaw.
I think it's Warsaw.
Hold up. It's my massage chair because my back's driving me nuts. That's why I'm using my massager.
Have you guys noticed that Brandon has been pooping his pants lately?
Dude, he shit his pants on live television, dude.
Oh, he's poopy pants. You know, we should call him President Poopy Pants right now.
He literally shit his pants on live television, and his wife pulls him off the fucking stage.
Oh, it's embarrassing, people, to be an American with that guy. Yeah. But it's going to come around November. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's go.
You know, the thing that I really not looking forward to is the anger that's going to be in the shooting community when all these so-called shortages, all of a sudden, next thing you know, they're blowing out primers, 5,000 sleeves for, $125 again and stuff like that. And people are going to get so pissed about that because they're just raping us during this time, just like the 22 thing, with Obama. I mean, people were paying $80 for a 550 round pack of promotion ammo, Winchester or federal promotion ammo. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, once he was out of office, about a year later, next thing you know, it's like $18 for 500 rounds at Walmart. What changed?
All right. Mrs. Tinman has a question. Do you really want to know? I'm like the newscaster. I have a nice shirt on. Do you really want to know? You don't want to know.
He's got boxers on.
Do you really want to know? Answer yes or no, and I'll show you.
I'm not wearing pants.
Take your bets. She asked. I'm just
I'm not
answering.
here to impress anybody. I'm not wearing any pants.
I'm like the newscaster. I get a nice shirt on, but do you really want to know? It's hot out.
I kind of want to know, she said.
Oh, no.
I wear these worn out shirts. It's the only ones that I can put on with one arm. I mean, these worn out shirts, they're all stretched out. They just go right on. But if I have one that really is tight to my body or something, man, I'm squirming.
Well, get your old button-up pineapple shirt up.
Yeah.
Does she really want to know? All right, here we go. Oh, we can't even see it.
Your belly.
Maybe sitting down. No, anyway, I'm in boxer briefs, so let's leave it at that, okay? I don't want to show
I called it boxers.
Jim, we don't judge.
I don't want to show any bulges, anything offensive. But there you go. I'm in boxer briefs. They're gray today. So right now, they're gray with a black. They're gray with a black rim, and there you go. And a button. I got a button on them.
And a brown stripe. So
yeah, I got a button for the flap. Believe it or not, I love the soft boxer briefs. If you guys don't wear that, I don't know what you're wearing. Yeah.
Boxer briefs.
I wear the boxer briefs that are not the ones that are made out of just straight material. They have a little stretch to them.
Duluth, baby. Only Duluth.
Because otherwise, man, my shit is flipping and flopping, and I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? It is. My boy's being home, man. Come on.
Okay. Gunswatter has it right. I don't want to show. Yes, he's got it right. There you go. All right. You guys seen me before in videos. Yeah, I love the boxer briefs. They're comfy. You got to be comfortable, people.
Speaking
why would you be? Yes. Why would you be? Why would you just choose to be in uncomfortable fitting clothes anymore?
No.
Yeah, why? We're not doing that.
Yeah, no.
Do you still got that video with you have boxers on with the Reloaders Network patch on it?
We're on. Yeah. It's the final countdown. Oh yeah. That's the comfort for me. It's the most comfortable. So, and I like relaxo pants. I can't do jeans anymore. It's too constricting and tight. I don't like jeans. So there's the answer.
Yeah, sweatpants, stuff like that. The thing is, though, I don't like to go out in public in sweatpants. Me in sweatpants, I look like, I look like I'm going to be talking to the cops here pretty soon about where I live.
What, I mean, live in a hood?
You have some way of proving that you have a residency? Yeah.
You know what I always wondered? Why the fuck do we always have tags in the back of our necks? I've always hated that.
What, tags on the back of your T-shirt?
Yeah, like it always rubs against your back of your neck, and it's like, you know what?
Yeah, cut that off.
I just cut my knife and cut it off.
Yeah, just cut that off. Yeah, it's irritating. You get like a worn. Your skin gets all irritated right there.
I don't wear the Columbia fishing shirts because they put that big nylon tag in the back of it, and it's just.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Now, you gotta
They throw it in so you can't take it out.
the only country that doesn't do that is Vietnam. Vietnam doesn't even put anything like that on there.
Yeah, it's all tagless now. It's printed on the
You know what
shirt.
the biggest ripoff there is? The biggest ripoff there is safety shoes or safety boots because it's a triangle. You're never going to get comfort, lightweight, and durability all in one shoe. You might get two of them. You might get lightweight and durability, but you're not going to get, you're not going to get comfort, and if you get comfort and durability, well, you're not going to get lightweight. You see, so it's just one of those things. It's a game they play with the average American working guy that has to wear, safety toes.
We got a sign in our office that says, "In construction, you get to choose 3 things. Do you want it fast? Do you want it cheap? Or do you want it done well? But you only get to choose 2."
Like I used to tell the guys who'd come in my office. Guys who'd come in my office, they'd be all tripping and worrying and pacing back and forth and rubbing their hands together and everything because they're getting the heat from their boss or whatever. And they want me to help them out. And I'd say, we got to put this in the rush job policy. You know what the rush job policy is? If you want a job done bad, you're going to get it bad. And the worse you want it, the worse you're going to get it. Yeah.
Mrs. Tin Man is right. They stopped putting those stupid tags in the back and on your undies. I like that. They just print it now. I love that.
Yeah. Well, some still have it.
Dave, we have what we call a PETA charge, pain in the ass charge. So it was that pain in the ass customer comes back. I want you to do this, sure, but we're gonna put a PETA fee on there. So.
I had a thing in my cubicle that when you looked at it, it was right above my coffee pot. I think I told you about that I was given a coffee pot and everybody was like moving in and out of my office, get coffee and stuff. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. It said answers are $5. Right answers are $10, and then it said dumb looks are still free.
I just stripped for Mrs. Tin Man.
Oh,
Jim, that's awesome. That
now I'm all natural.
Hey, you're the man. You're the man, buddy.
Don't stand up and put him back on, please.
Wait a minute. Oh, let's get that up. Oh,
okay. It's just yeah.
A poof.
Got the
bottom button unbutton. There you go. That means you're retired.
Anyway,
oh my!
Notice.
Thank God we don't take Jim out to a bar. Oh my God.
Oh my God! Fucking train wreck.
We'd be pulling him down off the pool table, man.
You've been drinking too many fucking beers and shit.
He'd be up there playing the Bee Gees and shit, you know? It'd be like, Jim, you got to get down off the pool table, man. They're going to throw us out of here.
Stay alive.
That's it. Stay alive, baby.
Anyway, you notice skid mark. I watched those last night, Tin Man. I did have.
We're talking about the chair.
These are clean. But yeah, you notice we didn't have any trolls tonight, so I had to show. Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
I almost went there, but I didn't. All right.
Well, Jim, it would have gave us more content than anybody ever asked for.
Anyway,
you have to
be comfy.
You'd have to pay $200 tax for that short barrel shotgun.
No. Anyway, it's good to be comfy, people. Always be comfortable. Yes.
You know, I'm looking forward to the day that I can actually sleep on this side. I've been sleeping on my left side for so long that it irritates me to the point where I actually wake up and then I try to sleep on my back. And when I'm half asleep, my mind still says, hey, just go ahead and roll over on your right side, man. And as soon as I do that, man, as soon as I get anywhere near that, man, I'm wide awake after that. So, man. So it's always interrupted sleep. I mean, I sleep for like 2.5, 3 hours, and then I'm up again for about an hour. Then I 2.5 an hour, and whatever. And I'm just on this roller coaster anymore. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that during this whole time, I've managed to break 5 ribs. And so I'm still dealing with the broken rib thing. And I'm telling you what, you could be in there doing your business, right? And you squeezing real hard, and you're using your body muscles. And it's like you'll get a cramp. And then your rib will, it's like, oh, Jesus.
I got to read
that makes you a believer, man. Broken ribs are not fun.
Yep. Also, if you want to talk comfortable, by the way, Thor, this is the best stuff for your clothes and also your general needs of blankets or anything, dude.
You know what? I'm going to tell you another thing too. I only use like a half of the amount that they recommend for Tide soap. Tide soap was giving me itchy asshole up the ass, dude. And it was, and it was, man. It was shit. My crack was burning and everything, dude. Man, it was bad. It was driving me crazy. And I talked to. It would just so happen I had to go to a dermatologist because I had a thing going on with my scar here, and I told her about it. She says, Tide soap is really, really strong, and you need to use about half that amount, and it's going to clean just as good, I guarantee it. And she said another thing too: unless you're sanitizing things, don't use borax. Yeah. Because unless you're sanitizing things with bleach or whatever, don't use borax. Borax is real strong and it leaves a residue on your skin that will tear you up.
What if I want to sanitize my skin?
Another thing too, she told me, she says, do you use Dial soap? And I said, well, I buy what's on sale and sometimes I get that. She says, what you got going on with that scar right there? I'll guarantee that you got Dial soap. And she's right. I had Dial soap in the shower. So I quit using Dial soap. Yeah, I use botanical soap now that doesn't have any animal fat, and Procter & Gamble, I think, makes Dial soap.
Vegan soap.
Strong. That shit is super strong. It'll clean you, but it's super strong and it's harsh on your skin when you get to our age.
All right. Okay. All right.
What are you doing there, Kyle?
Kyle, wait a minute. Kyle is here. Kyle, the first question: have you ever had burn crack or whatever?
Itchy asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one too, man. The folds in between your crotch, man. They get in there, man. It feel like it's on fire, dude. It's like
and the best thing for that is Athlete's Foot Spray. Tough acting, compacting.
Dude, I've had that foot and it lasted for fucking 2 months, man. That was the worst shit I had to go through.
Wait a minute. You spray foot spray on the crotch of your undies?
No, you spray it on under your sack.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, man!
Oh my
I do.
god.
Why would you use athletes?
I don't have that problem anymore
Right.
because I cut back on my soap that I use in my washing machine, which by the way is a Whirlpool product, which by the way is 37 years old. It still works like the day I bought it.
Made in Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Knock on wood, that thing, man, is a tank.
They're made in Mexico now.
Yeah.
Hey, Angel.
Oh, I didn't know I was on camera. I was looking my pants out of my butt.
That's funny. That's right on time.
I'd rather see you than Uncle Jim do it. I tell you
Yeah, that's funny, Kyle. I don't, she doesn't look like a battle axe.
Kyle, are you wearing briefs or what?
Man.
Do what now?
Are you wearing briefs? What are you wearing?
Clothing.
It's the underwear chat.
No, what's your undie wear today?
They're boxer briefs.
There you go. Bam. All right. What are you wearing?
Same here.
Huh?
Same here. Boxer briefs.
Boxer briefs, baby. I'm telling you. Okay, Thorzax, what are you wearing?
Right now, I'm wearing boxers. I only wear boxers.
But not the briefs?
Not the tighty whities, no.
No. Boxer briefs are softer.
Hybrid.
Yeah, boxer briefs, I guess. You
Okay.
know, well, they're still they still stretch, but they fit kind of tight.
Yeah, but
You
they're
know, I
cut.
like
They're
that.
not like
I don't like the
regular,
real bouncy boxers. I hate those.
but they're cotton. They're not like regular boxers.
Right.
Okay, Ozark, what are you wearing?
Boxer briefs, maybe Duluth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
baby. Okay, Warsaw.
Boxer briefs.
There we go. Okay, see,
I'll
people.
wait for somebody to say nothing.
Yeah.
The board is unanimous.
It's comfy.
I mean,
It's comfy.
Jim, I thought we were about to have a troll.
No, we didn't get one tonight, so I'm going to be the troll anyway.
No, the only troll was we were talking about Brandon and talking about garbage cans.
Yeah, but boxer briefs, comfortable. Your boys can relax. It's awesome. Anyone that doesn't use boxer briefs, I don't know what you're thinking.
What about a loincloth with a coconut bra?
Oh.
Oh, exactly where it's at.
Uncle Jim, I gotta
Yeah,
ask you, you ever been to Trump Tower by any
Jimmy
chance?
Buffett concert.
Jim, you want me to go get my coconut bra?
No.
No, Uncle Jim. I was-
However, we got 6 on the panel that all use boxer briefs. That's awesome.
Yep.
So we cleaned out the poll there. No controversy on that one.
Boxer briefs.
Miss Tin Man, what does Tin Man wear?
He
Yeah.
wears a grass skirt and a coconut bra.
He's a whitey tighty.
Yeah.
Women are different. They don't usually wear boxer briefs.
No, I don't want to know what she wears. That's perm. I want to know what.
Sometimes
I don't know if you guys remember this or not. I don't know if you remember this or not, but there was a time period there. I can't remember, in the late 90s, maybe somewhere around there, early 2000s, where these young girls were running around with men's boxer briefs on.
Yes.
Oh yeah. When I was in college,
I mean, right out there in public.
in the late '80s.
Right out there in public, there were shorts.
I loved that. I loved it. I loved
In the late '80s, when I was in
Say
college,
that.
they'd show up the fly and they'd wear guys' boxers, the plaid ones on campus. Yeah.
And they wear them really
Angel
bad.
says,
I loved it.
Angel says that she wore boxers in high school.
Out in
There you go.
public, I don't like underclothes like this.
That's what they're talking about out in public.
Yeah, no, I love a woman with loose fitting boxer briefs on them. I'm sorry, I don't need that tighty whitey stuff. Yeah, I'm fine.
No granny panties.
I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Under her sad panties, her granny panties.
She says she's running commando right now.
All All right, West Covina Dodge, you're going to have to come on here and describe what sad panties mean.
Oh God, here we go.
What is a sad panty?
Yeah.
That sounds sad.
Those are the religious ones.
All right, but we're 6 for 6 on the boxer briefs, the most comfortable ever, just like relaxo pants. Instead of jeans, it's the way to go, people.
Yeah, I just can't wear them at work. Well, actually, I probably could. Most of our customers do.
West Covina says he'll be on in a few. All right.
He's going to get a burrito.
All right, Pat, let's do it.
McDonald's ice cream.
It's a super short chat, Pat. 2 hours, 20 minutes.
I'd say, what the hell was that?
I know, but you guys came on, and usually I'd be going to bed right now because I'm so tired. But you guys came on, you pumped me up. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do this, man. Let's do this.
And you say this was a so-called quote-unquote short chat. It's been like what, or 2 hours now?
I love the way that he begged in the title. Yeah. Please.
Mrs. Tin Man says Tin Man is heading downstairs for the short chat.
He's going to sit on the toilet for 10 minutes before he gets up.
All right, briefs. That's all I got to say. Otherwise, we got an oddball.
Here's tank top. Yeah.
Yeah, we got an oddball. Tank tops are comfy, so he must have boxer briefs. That's all I got to say.
Kyle, are the lightning bugs as thick in Georgia as they are here in Missouri this
yes,
year?
sir. I'm sitting here watching them out the back porch
They
right
are
now.
thicker than thieves this year.
And you're talking about the ones that light up at night?
Yeah, the lightning bugs, yeah.
Okay, we don't get them here, but yeah, I know what you mean. Okay.
Oh, shit. You just reminded me.
That's pretty cool. Lightning bugs.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. I bet there's 500 in my backyard right now.
Do the frogs go after the lightning bugs or no?
I'm not really sure. I don't know if they do or not.
Julio, you don't have lightning bugs, do you? No. Yeah, it's a southern thing, I guess.
As far north as he lives, he doesn't have it. He doesn't even have mosquitoes.
Yeah, he does. Come on.
Well, here, oh shit, we got big ass mosquitoes here.
Good to see you, Julio.
Same here.
That's one of the good things about living in the Ozarks. Mosquitoes aren't bad. Man, where I lived in central Arkansas with rice fields everywhere, dude, when the sun started going down, you went inside.
Yeah, no, they'll tear you up here.
We got them here so big they can stand flat-footed and fuck a chicken.
Julio was like, hell yeah, we shoot those things. Yeah. We shoot the mosquitoes with shotguns.
Pretty good with ketchup, yeah.
Oh, I hate it.
The government will tell you they're better protein than beef.
People around here will go, we need a hard winters to get rid of all these mosquitoes. I'm like, have you ever been to Canada?
Yeah. Go to Alaska.
No,
mosquitoes will carry you off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need.
We're going to take him over here and pin him to the tree and just eat him alive for a while.
You know,
it's all about the water movement. If you got stale water, you're going to have mosquitoes.
We used to go to football training camp when I was in high school down in South Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And the coach would inspect everybody's bag and make sure that we had 5 bottles of Skin So Soft. Because, man, they got some skeeters down there.
You know what's the biggest rival?
Sweat right.
You know what's the rival of the mosquito?
Holy crap, there's 7 people on here.
Hey, Tim, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, I cut you off, Ozark. What you were saying?
It's gone now. I don't remember.
It's gone now. The hell with it.
No, the biggest thing that people don't realize.
When you put it on, you don't sweat right, so you just get hotter and hotter.
Oh, yeah.
But the The bugs
It
don't
works
mess
on
with you.
mosquitoes. Yeah.
If we had bats, we'd take care of all these fucking mosquitoes everywhere.
Right. When we
Speaking
were
of
kids,
which, have you seen our bag?
Not I ain't been really paying attention. I've been trying to clean the back porch up a little bit.
when we were kids, Mom would declare it's time to go pick blackberries day, and she would put all our clothes in a trash bag and dump sulfur powder in there so we wouldn't get covered in chiggers.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it would just eat you alive.
Yep. Permethrin does good.
Yeah, we didn't have pyrethrum back in the 70s when we were picking blackberries. We had sulfur powder.
What we had to worry about is snakes picking blackberries.
Like what we had, cottonmouths.
Yep. Rattle-headed copper moccasins.
Rattle-headed copper moccasins. Down at the fishing cabin, there's so many blackberries. We just get on the 4-wheeler and drive down the road and never get off the 4-wheeler and just pick them. You get enough for a cobbler in about 15 minutes.
You got rattlesnakes?
Yeah, well, there's eastern diamondbacks, copperheads. Of course, we got good snakes too.
One thing that they started doing in Washington State, well, in the Pacific Northwest in the Seattle area, I think Jim probably either was moving or he already moved right before this started, but they actually started to spray aerial spray areas for mosquitoes here, because mosquitoes
dude, they were doing that when I was a kid.
For everywhere. And now, right now, there isn't any mosquitoes out there. There's no mosquitoes. And whatever our state is doing in that, they're doing something right. Because, man, I hate mosquitoes.
We've got trucks with foggers on the back that ride around.
Yeah.
Well, they actually fly out of SeaTac and they bomb the areas with this, whatever it is, and it kills their larvae off, and that's it.
I'm sure that's healthy.
No, we got the same thing here, but I think that doesn't work. I think it's like protein for them. Because, man, it makes them worse, more active.
Protein for them.
Yeah, they don't do crap. Then they get these little tiny ones. I don't know who you like, micro. Man, those things tear you up.
What I've found is actually like out here around the pool, when the sun starts going down, the mosquitoes, get fired up. You can rub yourself down with Listerine. They will not come anywhere near you.
Listerine?
Yep.
Just pour a little in the pool.
And in my rain barrels, I'll put a little bit of vegetable oil in them. That way, it just puts a film over the top.
Yeah.
Because if they can't breathe, they can't breed.
Right.
What's that other?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Not boric acid.
There's 1,000 things I hate about this state, but the one thing that they do in this state is they bomb the shit out of those mosquitoes, and I'm all for that. That is awesome. Because, like I said, when I grew up, man, there were mosquitoes everywhere. I mean, they were just everywhere. They'd be in the house, they'd be outside, they'd be everywhere, and you were getting bit up all the time. Terrible.
Yeah.
Makes it pretty miserable, I'll tell you that.
I hate to say it, but I'd rather take mosquito over fucking bed bugs. I mean, I visited hotels, and the shit I've seen people come from a hotel, I'm like, God, I don't want to be crossing that path again, man. Don't ever want to do that shit.
I've never seen a bed bug.
You've never seen a bed bug infestation?
No.
Yeah.
Dude, it's nasty ass shit, man.
Yeah, and you know where that stuff comes from? It comes from absolute filth. That's what it comes from. I mean, every once in a while on the submarine, they'd have to shut down. And what they would do is they would go ahead and they would put up visqueen and get it all, ventilated and everything. And they would go in there with their suits and they would sanitize, their bedding area where where all the bunks and stuff were, bunk rooms and everything, and they would get rid of all that stuff, because inside a submarine there's no place else for that shit to go. And You know, I'm telling you what, man. You go down inside a submarine, all you smell, man, is that body odor. Yeah, it's terrible.
Smells like sweaty guy all the time.
It's nasty. It
smells just like a locker room that nobody washes their clothes because they're in the
Well, they
So-
call them pig boats. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I will say this much. One of the cleanest boats out there, man, is the USS Alabama. Man, them guys, they scrub that piss out of their submarine. They get down there and they get in there with toothpicks and toothbrushes and shit, and they scrub that black stuff that builds up between the molding of the wall and the floor, and they're waxing, and one of the cleanest submarines I've ever been on was USS Alabama. And another thing too, they always greeted you with that Southern hospitality. It was all about what we can do for you. You know what I mean? And I loved that. I loved that rapport that I had with that submarine. I never had a problem with their cob or any of their command or anything like that. I never had to email twice. And every time I did email them, I got an answer back that day. So that's cool. And which, by the way, Jim, I sent you an email.
What?
I sent you an email on your 300 blackout.
Okay.
I sent you an email just as a test. Kind of get on the whole,
All right. Let me check that account. Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? I know you wouldn't ignore it. I just think something you didn't.
Well, I have 3, so some pop up and some I got to search for. So I'll look at that. Okay.
Something that used to piss me off the most about work emails is that you would have an important subject and you would email and it would sit there for 3 weeks. At least I would respect you more if you would just go ahead and write me back and say, hey,
just reply.
Yeah. If you just said fuck you or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would. I'd respect you more for doing that than just leaving it, where nobody. That's irritating. That has got to be the disrespectful thing that you've ever. I mean, we're supposed to make this work, right? So, when you're going back down there and you're like hand delivering something that you sent an email out like 4 weeks ago, and they're like, "Oh, really? We didn't get the email." Bullshit. Yeah, don't give me that crap.
Well, when I go in down here, I'll see if it showed up. Okay, to make sure you got it.
Yeah.
All right.
He's gonna write me back and say, "Fuck you."
I send an email after about 10 minutes. If somebody doesn't email me back at work, I walk straight to their office. Hey, did you get my email? Can't dodge me now.
My problem with work emails when I worked at Peterbilt is they'd put out company-wide emails and copy everybody. And I'd get an important email that needed my attention. And if I got up from my desk to go to the warehouse to pull some parts, when I got back, it was buried.
Because everybody would reply all and say, okay.
Yep. Okay. All right. Sure. Oh, yay. Yeah. That kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what it is that we've got this faceless machine called our computer, and people don't have to face each other, and so they can either write down whatever they want or they can just ignore it. You know what I mean? That face-to-face contact always gets action. You know what I mean?
I check emails
like
about
I used
4
to tell all the
times
bosses down there.
I never get anything done.
It's like I used to tell all the bosses down there when they would get on my ass, I'd just turn around and say, you know who you're talking to? And they'd go, what? I'd say, first of all, you might feel like you have authority there, but, I'm not going to take it up with you. I'm going to take it up with your boss, you see? And he's the one who has the authority over you. So, I'm going over your head. I'm going to go over your head every time. I mean, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to go over your head. I'm going to listen to what your boss has to say about you, not what you're going to explain to me about the way I'm supposed to dance for you or whatever. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, yeah, that gets action right away. They quit bothering you after that because they're dealing with a fighter. They don't want to do that. They just want to intimidate people.
We got Pat in the house. Pat, Cat, are you there?
Pat, what's up?
Is he moving?
He's
got a
back
big
feeding.
Pat.
He's also back feeding.
He's using the cheap font.
He's got the max headroom freeze.
We need to know what your underwear is, Pat.
What's the password? Yeah,
Well, nobody asked me when I got here. I won't tell you then.
we're waiting
Oh,
for Mr.
yeah.
Finn to answer.
All right, Tin Man, what's your undies?
Nope, you blew it.
We should have undie night. We should do an undie night. Put them on our head.
Hey, Thor, question for you. You ever been at a captain's mast?
Yeah, I've had to attend a couple of them. Yeah.
You ever seen this video? I'm not gonna play the video, but this is literally what I came across a while back.
Oh yeah, that dude. You know what that
Yes.
is? That's a training film. That isn't real. And
That's
this
not
where
real?
they're standing right now, that's mess decks. That's mess decks. And that dude right there, that's the cob. That's the chief of the boat.
Chief of the boat.
He turned around and told the A-ganger to shove it up his ass or some shit. And then he's all dressed up in his whites like that. And that is a training film. That right there is a training
That's
film.
training?
That would never happen. They would never let a guy like that go to sea with them ever. They would never. In fact, as soon as somebody acted like that, they would have. Here comes the helicopter, and they take them off the boat. We can't go to sea with people like that because you don't know what they're going to do. I'm relying on you to do your job, and you're relying on me to do my job, so we stay alive when we're underwater. You know what I mean?
Before helicopters just threw them over the edge of the boat.
Make them walk the plank.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Were you
People
under
are gonna pass that off as something real. It's not. That they would never ever let that get to that point. You know, yeah, captain's mast. I've had to
Shoot his
I've had
ass out of a
to
torpedo
witness
tunnel.
stuff. I've witnessed some stuff that went down, and you know, I happened to be standing there, and I'm going, God, why is this unfolding in front of me? Why is this unfolding in front of me? I cannot believe this is happening. And you know, I've actually, you know, I've had to interject. I've had to interject in situations where I said, because the reason why I ended up having to go to the captain's mess because of something I said while it was all going down. I remember this one time that these two chiefs, they didn't like each other, whatever. I don't care. And they got into it, and it was like, you know, 2 6-foot tall guys, you know, being in a 4-foot room. I mean, they were standing off to each other. And I had to get in there and say, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, you guys can find a freaking vacant lot in downtown West Bremerton someplace and kick each other's ass, man. Just don't do it here. You know? Don't do it here.
You're in a goddamn submarine.
Yeah, and you know what? Guess who's standing there, you know, as a witness to all this? In captain's mast. I'm a civilian. I mean, you know, but yet I had to give testimony about what was going down. They're very serious about that. They're very serious about it. You don't have to be in love with people. We don't have to run around and give each other a hug. We don't have to, but we have to treat each other with the same due respect that you respect yourself with, and that you're going to go ahead and you're going to respect others. And that's it, period. Doesn't care what color, what race, what, you know,
whatever
sex, matter. Doesn't treat people the way that you want to be treated, and you can get a lot done. You know what I mean? As long as it doesn't come personal, you know? And it's amazing when somebody says, well, this isn't personal. Well, no, it just became personal now because you mentioned that. You wouldn't mention that if it wasn't personal to you. Think about that. You know, go sit on the john and ball up your fist and think about what the hell you decide, you know, saying to me that it's not personal. Then why would you say that? Because there's some motive in your mind that you have about me. You got me figured out or know what I'm thinking. You have no idea what I'm thinking. It's personal for you, but it just came personal for me.
Now, captain's mast, that's only for sailors. Could it also be for Marines, like say if you're on a carrier?
Yes, absolutely, man. He has the authority of, like, the judge, plain out and simple. And, you know, you can appeal it, you know, all the way to a shore command, like where you can go to NAMC with it. But it very seldom ever gets to that point because these people that end up going to captain's mast, they know what they've done, you know. They know what they've done, and they're guilty of what they've done. And very seldom do you ever see somebody who's not guilty, really. I mean, there's a lot that could fly around on a boat, but the bottom line is when you're out of, when you are out of order and you are not respecting your uniform and you're not, living up to the code and ethics of the United States Navy or the Marine Corps or the Army, Air Force, I don't care what it is, uniform code of justice. And the bottom line is you will get an education over it and you will learn. Or either that, you'll be out of this organization. We will release you from the institution, feeling you no longer have anything to offer us. Is that clear?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes.
So the same place.
I've had to use that speech with guys that work for me.
So it doesn't matter if it's just Navy. It could be a guy from the Army, the Marines. So if they're on that ship, they'll be under the captain's mast.
I'm going to tell you what. I'll tell you what, you can be in the Army and you can go down there and some captain come walking up to you and you just figure you didn't have to respect his uniform or whatever.
Bullshit.
Army, uniform code of justice and the way that you're supposed to conduct yourself in that damn uniform, and you are addressing an officer at the captain's rate of a captain of a ship. Guess what? You ain't going to win that, buddy. You ain't going to win that at all. So, well, he's not my captain. He's not part of my command. He's not even part of my service. So I can just say whatever the hell I want to this guy. He has no authority over. Bullshit. Those eagles, they scream.
It doesn't matter if they're part of your platoon,
that
part of your regiment, part of anything. You see a superior officer, you salute them.
Yeah. And if you hate the military that much, get out.
Exactly.
I got more.
Then why the fuck did they sign up for the beginning?
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, if you join the service and you don't like the service and you're bitching about the service while you're in the service, well, get the fuck out. And not just that. I got more respect for, the last time was Vietnam, where they actually drafted guys. When those guys came back, they bitched. But you know what? They got a draft notice. And they went over there, and they got dropped off in the jungle with an M16. Said, "We uniformed you, we trained you. Now go kill the enemy, and we'll pick you up later, whatever that is. We'll get in touch with you." And you know what? When they came back, they actually earned their veteran status. That's the way I look at it.
Done.
Yeah. Some of these guys that went over to the sandbox are like, oh, well, I was doing just fine. I was at the fort, I was at Fort Sill, or I was at, Fort Worth, I was here, or whatever. And all of a sudden, I had to go over to the sandbox. Oh, no. You know what, dude? You signed on the dotted line, dude. Man, that's it. What do you think this is, a social welfare program? This is the freaking military, and you will do your job. This is what you get paid to do. Anyway, that's
okay. Update. Wes Covina's been trying to get on, but somehow he's lagging. And then Mrs. Tin Man says Tin Man wears whitey tighties. Bad.
You'll never know.
Really?
Bad.
Boot him.
Yeah, you should be banned as a troll.
You're not dressed properly for this chat.
I think, you know what? I would be willing to bet that he wears them for her. He wears them for her because they're tidy.
Well,
I do not wear. I do not wear
He
tidy.
puts on the BJ. He puts on the.
Wait.
BG.
To defend himself, he said he doesn't wear tidy whities.
I do not.
What do you wear?
Tidy blueies.
Underwear.
He wears nothing.
Commando.
She has to wash every pair of jeans twice.
With a toothbrush.
No, I do. I wear boxer briefs like a normal human being.
Yes. We're 7 for 7, and now
we're a fraternity.
Okay, let's just says show us. I showed mine.
She's laying in the bed laughing at you right
I can see Mrs. Tinman, though, making him wear those tidy whities, playing the Bee Gees, saying, if you want to get lucky tonight, You're gonna dance, pal.
She told me she thinks you wear yours backwards, Jim, with the hole in the back.
No, I have the button out front, and I go oversized for
Button?
Button?
There's a button on yours?
Yeah, I got a button on the flap.
Yeah, he's got a button on his. He doesn't.
Those aren't boxer briefs, man. Those are just regular boxer briefs.
No, mine are gourmet. Mine are gourmet stuff. They're the most comfy, and they got a button on the front.
He's got fucking bougie boxer briefs.
Bougie boxer.
I hate to tell you guys, but if I didn't have that button there, everything would go crazy. Oh,
no, it wouldn't.
I'll tell you the reason why I don't wear the baggy ones, man, because I just I can't deal with that, man. That flipping and flopping, and I don't know what's going on. My shit's changing from.
Well, I'm dying.
It's got to have some sort of retention here, so I don't have to, know what's going on.
I'm dying for Pat to come on to throw the kibosh in here. I don't know what he wears, so. Hopefully, Pat can get back on here. He tried twice, and
Pat wears whatever.
I'm circle of death. So
I'm telling you, I know Pat. He wears whatever the best deal is. The most bang for your buck is what Pat wears. I know it.
Hey man, I buy my briefs at discount stores, man. I don't go out of my way for Kohl's.
No. You got to go Duluth. Once you wear a pair, you will not wear another.
But they're $40 a pair.
No. Go on Friday when everything's 25% off, and you go in with your coupon, and I get them for 10. I get them for about $10.
Are they flame retardant?
Are they flame
you
retardant?
You pay $10 for underwear, just one pair of underwear.
Yeah. I like those ball sack ones from, or whatever they call them, bull sacks or whatever. They are comfortable.
Ball sack.
They have a cinch bag for it, or what?
Talk about giving your boy
Velcro straps.
Ozark saying my boys need a home.
That's right.
I wish my boxer briefs had a Crown Royal bag sewed into them.
I was just gonna say, if you run out of underwear, just find an old sock. It'll be all right.
Believe it or not, for me, underwear is tough. Sometimes they're too tight. They're too tight in the legs or whatever.
So that's dependent on what color they are. If you get clothes that are dyed a dark color, they will shrink more. So if you get black underwear and gray underwear in the same exact pack, same size, the black one will shrink more.
I buy them by the 8-pack or whatever they are, and my wife gets me the same brand I like, and they're too skinny. They're too tight. And I don't understand these companies. Just stick with your size, people. So they're either too tight on the
same size as before. It's just you're bigger now.
Well, they're too tight on the legs or the waist. I got a birthing waist, okay? I got childbirthing waist, okay?
Childbearing hips.
I got a wide waist, and I don't like being tight there. So I go oversized.
Sweatpants.
Yeah, I got childbirthing waist, believe it or not. Yeah.
I got a butt like Hank Hill. Flat as a 2x4.
Has big hips. Yeah, I do. She knows. See, Mrs. Tin Man understands me completely. I have big hips. It's just you can do X-rays.
Start calling you Shakira.
I get them childbirthing hips. Yeah, I'm a big hip man. Big lungs, big rib cage, big hips.
Tiny legs. Like a dachshund.
She's right again, though. She got it. She nailed it. I got big hips.
Yep, chessboard. I'm there with you, buddy. Get the Duluth. I'm telling you.
You know, I never tried them. They're expensive.
It'll change your life. If there's something you're going to spend money on, it's what touches your dick all day, every day.
It's like Dianetics. It'll change your life, right? I got my sons all like 3 pair of Duluths for Christmas, and every one of them were like, "Oh my God, I had no idea."
If you pay more money for them, it makes you think twice about dropping wet farts in them all day. Take better care of them.
Yeah, free as a bird. That's why I can't stand regular underpants. They're
Who sells Duluth? Is that a store?
Duluth, yeah.
Oh, do we have one of those around here? I'm sure my wife will chime in. I have no idea.
I have one about 5 minutes from the office, and on Friday everything's 25% off, even if it's already on sale. But you got to go in the store to get that. I love the Duluth pants, but they're so heavy in the summertime. They're just
they are way too heavy.
Yeah, the fire hose. I mean, it's like I need suspenders with these things. They weigh so much. But they're just too hot in the summertime.
It's like wearing, 700 Cadora or 1,000 Cadora nylon, fabric that they make backpacks out of. Imagine your pants made out of that.
Well,
breathing, the only way you breathe is take them off.
They have the fire hose and they have the light fire hose. I've got a pair of the regular fire hose. Dude, I bet they weigh 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Damn.
I've had a pair, and they're heavy as shit.
They got the pockets to put knee pads in and all. Oh, geez. Yeah. Putting underwear on his head.
Jesus Christ.
He's got a laundry.
May the force be with you.
Wait. Let's go up here. James called me out. So this is your non-Uncle Jim. And there you go.
I'm going to tell you from experience, if you do everything Pollard tells you to do, you're going to make a complete ass of yourself.
See the button? No, the button's over here. There you go. We should do underwear hat night. All right.
I've never seen boxer briefs with a button on them.
Me neither.
Well, you need the button, otherwise.
Yeah, but then you're just playing beat the clock when you got to piss real bad. The photo finish.
It's a good thing that laptop doesn't fall down right now. Otherwise, we'd have troll problems. All right.
I hope there's a towel on that chair.
All right.
There better be a towel on that chair. I'm telling your wife.
No, but I bet there's a skid mark on it now.
Yeah, it happens. It's leather. It's all right.
We do have to do underwear hat night. We're gonna do it. We have to. All right.
I can go get a pair.
Yes.
My dryer's about 15 feet away from me.
These are huge. These are my extra large here, but they're so comfortable. Why not?
Huge.
Yeah, they're huge. They're fluffy. I love them. My favorite.
There might be a pair of Paw Patrol ones in the dryer for my 3-year-old.
I think these are Hanes. They might be Hanes, but man, they're my favorites. I get new ones and they're not right.
Mine are like they're Hanes, like spandex, kind of. You know what I mean? They've got the little.
Yeah.
Forgive me, ladies. They got the little sack holster on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I just like when they're super floppy and comfy, just laying there, just awesome.
I'm exactly the opposite. I want everything high and tight.
No, I don't like any tension whatsoever. No more. When I was younger, I wore tighty whities, but no, I like comfy now. I like to be comfortable.
I wore regular boxers when I was a teenager.
Yeah, they're in the way. They're hard to tuck in. I don't like regular boxers. They clinch you on one side of the boils. I hate that. I hate that. No.
The boils.
Yeah, I don't like that crease in the boils. I don't like that at all. No. I like boxer briefs. They're the stuff. And everyone except for Pat hasn't come on here yet. I want to ask him what he uses, but so far we're 6 for 6.
So also, just about every major jean manufacturer nowadays makes stretchy jeans, stretchy denim. Pretty awesome.
I know. I got a pair.
It'll melt to your skin when you're welding, but they're comfy.
Yeah.
I haven't worn a pair of jeans in probably 12 years.
Damn.
Don't weld in Hey Dudes either. It goes right through.
Oh no. I gotta wear steel toes at work.
We had our local Tractor Supply, which is 2 miles from me. They had this huge blowout clearance sale that we just happened on. And we were in there buying dog food. And I'm like, wait a minute, that can't be the right price. And they had heavy duty, like cargo pants for like $8.99 a pair.
Nice.
So I just started digging through them, getting my size and all that. And next thing you know, we got a buggy full. So I've been wearing those for like the last 10 years. I hadn't put on a pair of jeans since. And I also do have some fatigue style clothing that does have the pockets for elbow pads, knee pads, and all that stuff. They got tie-off legs and that kind of stuff. But they're just hot here in Georgia with the humidity. I wear them in winter all the time. But
I tell you what was comfortable was those Army BDUs from the 80s and 90s. Those were comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wearing gym shorts right now. Pair of Nike gym shorts.
Right now?
Not Uncle Jim shorts. Gym shorts.
GYM, not JIM.
So I've got my coworker's roommate making me a shirt. It's got the Jurassic Park skull on it, the T-Rex skull.
T-Rex.
And it says dinosaurs didn't drink bourbon. And on the bottom it says, see how that turned out?
All right, guys. Gonna hit the bed.
Yeah, I'm baiting myself.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock over here.
Julio,
Yeah.
it's good seeing you, dude. We
Right.
miss you.
Hey, Julio, I'm going to tell you what, God be with you and keep his hand on you through this whole thing that you're dealing with. I'm just going to keep that prayer in my heart for you, man. I'm with you, man. I'm not against you. When you're facing things like this, it really does, it affects you in a very special, personal way. It really does. And I'm with you, man.
All right,
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Man, it was great to see you, Julio.
All right,
Really
see
good.
you. Thank you, guys.
That so far, and that God just keeps on, progressing that in the blood of Christ, dude. Really.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Julio, I was so glad to see you on tonight. I love you, Julio. And thanks for coming on tonight, baby.
All right,
Yeah,
you're
man.
welcome.
I'm glad you're doing way better.
Always got a seat at the table, dude. Always.
All right, thank you. All right, good night, guys.
Good night, brother.
Hi, Julio.
Hey, Julio. All right, it's great to see Julio on.
Not so fast, Marvin.
What? I'm just kicking in, buddy. I worked 14 days straight. I think my ass is just now pulling into the driveway. It's dragging by.
Did you just say the Viagra's kicking in? Is that what you said?
Yes, I'm gonna go get in the hot.
Go ahead and make your jokes, man. Go ahead and make your jokes while you're young, Tin Man. Just go ahead and make all the jokes you want. Just laugh.
I'm not laughing. That's what he said.
Hey, he's thinking about a vasectomy now, so
Just make sure they don't snip too deep.
Are you going to get number 3 on the way?
I don't know. Gotta find a bigger house first.
Yeah.
One that's not 300 grand, which I know it's probably cheap for you, but out here that's a lot of money.
That is really you can't find a house out here for less. Yeah, I mean less than 400,000. You're not going to find.
Well, yeah, any house around here that's less than
it's crazy.
34 years old, built after 1990 is easily 300 grand all day long.
I don't know who the hell did it, man, but I'd sure like to find it that invented this thing that living in the Pacific Northwest is fun. I don't know who the hell thought that up. We got all these people here, and Jim knows what I'm talking about. That's the reason why he moved out here.
Yeah, my old house is crazy price right now that we sold.
Right. It's like over $1 million.
Crazy.
Over $1 million for just some, just a craftsman house, like 3 small bedrooms, I mean, just, put them up $1 million. It's crazy.
Mrs. Tinman says you don't want any more kids.
That's not true at all. But like I said, I'm not putting 3 kids in a 2-bedroom house.
Well, she's saying that because she has to birth the kids. Okay, you don't have to do nothing.
Oh, he got to do a little something. You know what I'm saying?
She has
for 18 years after she gives birth, I got to do something.
She has to go through the work. You don't have to go through that torture. Otherwise, you'd never have kids.
She said she loves being pregnant.
Oh, you would never. You would put a PID on that thing and have a kid, and you'd never do it again.
Tin Man, this is words of advice, okay, brother?
Oh my gosh, she wants 3 more. Oh,
you see what I'm dealing with?
Miss Tim, man, you say that to a teenager. They're expensive at that point.
Ken, these are words of advice. Do not go up the stairs.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go behind. Hey, I'm not trying to go behind closed doors. But I'm going to tell you what: the night after, intimacy and the roller coaster ride, dude. When it's over, if she is sitting there and she elevates her hips up and she's like, it's like, what are you doing? Yeah, she's trying to get pregnant. Oh yeah.
I'm aware.
That tells everything right there. This was not a free ride. There was a goal.
I can't believe she wants 3 more. She wants a tribe. Tin Man.
She wants her own baseball team.
Basketball
She
team.
wants a tribe. Holy crap.
All I got to do is remind her, ask my buddy Michael how that's going for him. He's got 5 kids. 2 of them are absolute shits.
I came from 5 kids. And you get next to the last or something, the last of the kids, and especially when it comes to the oldest, and you're talking in conversation or whatever, you have to realize that the oldest, his childhood was completely different than the one that was born like 4th down on the line.
Uh-huh.
They cared when you pooped your pants. And
100%.
they changed. And
hey, Dave, let me ask you a question. How did y'all decide which one of you, the 5 of y'all, were able to ride the dinosaur? Okay, nobody got that. Okay.
I got to interrupt. Jay says she wants the Brady Bunch.
Marcia.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! But that was from 2 different divorced or whatever couples.
Well, I came from the Brady Bunch. There's 4 of us, but I mean, my parents were still married. But
the Brady Bunch came from 3 each. Okay,
right.
And the dad was gay.
Not in the show.
Well, in real life, so figure that one out. Who knows?
Yeah, and one of the sons was banging the mom. So
and the dad wanted the oldest son, which was banging the mom. So we got conspiracy out there.
Man, you boomers are wild.
No, we just grew up with this shit.
Behind you.
And you
during the time that show was going on, nobody knew any of that shit. Except for the people in Hollywood.
And you have to
And,
love
and during those times, nobody cared what the people in
That was back
Hollywood.
when you could get away with shit.
Yeah, nobody cared what people in Hollywood, knew. So what?
and everyone loved the avocado kitchen counters.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Complete with matching can opener.
We had the boomerang kitchen counters in the late 80s. Boomerangs all over the place.
I remember that avocado or that orange. That was another one that was real popular for,
I was in one today, or not today, but this week that had the rose-colored bathroom.
Oh God.
Rose-colored. The tub was rose, and the row of tiles was rose, and the
Well, are you talking about the pink?
Salmon.
Well, the pink too was more popular, but this one was kind of a burgundy rose.
Yeah.
And
Did
then
it still have plastic over the couches?
I'll have flower inlays on the vanity top. I was just God Almighty.
Yeah, you either had the pink or the green, kind of like the Brady Bunch, and that was in
Kyle.
style.
It wasn't a couch. It was a Davenport.
6-shooter Texan is here.
Big wooden fork and spoon with the fake grapes hanging on the wall next to him.
Well, hey, everyone had the fake grapes on the table.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
I've still got the big.
Everyone
big
had
orange, this big gold, glass freaking ashtray, man. You remember that?
Yes, with the eagle in the bottom of it.
That's a weapon.
And the plastic fruit in it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got one around here somewhere.
Those are weapons.
Out of all that era, the best thing was the lamps, the side lamps. They were the best.
My grandparents had the lamps. Oh, we had touch lamps at my grandparents' house. You just touch the base, and it had 3 different brightnesses on it. Those were sweet.
Back in my day, you used to have to flip them on a switch.
Mine's mom still has those upstairs.
It was a big deal if you turned on the switch and 2 of them came on. You usually had to turn the one on, then walk over and turn the other one on.
Yeah.
And then we had the clapper.
My house has still got outlets wired on a switch for lamps.
Yeah, they're half hot, half switched. Yeah.
Yep.
I had those.
6-shooter. I feel bad. He must have been dropped as a baby if he was.
No, only if you tried more than once.
Do you remember those things that you knocked together, the 2 balls that were made out of the grape things?
Oh,
Same thing. And you knocked them, that was the 70s toy or whatever.
The fancy soap in the bathroom you weren't allowed to use.
Yes. And why is it here?
But
that was always my question. If I can't use it, why is it here?
Yeah, bathrooms though were pink or green. You can look up all the celebrities with the expensive houses. They had pink and green tiled bathrooms.
Yeah.
Or light blue.
The fancy soap. That's funny as shit. And yeah, there was a.
And they were shaped like little swans or something like that.
Or fruit, like lemons.
And there was a bar of lava sitting directly on the sink with a.
Right. Yeah.
You were supposed
with
to use
goo running down into the sink.
Yes.
I watched a documentary on Frank Sinatra, right? And he drank Jack Daniels for brekkie all night. Okay, he drank Jack Daniels from the time he woke up, smoked like a fish, lived to 82, but all his tiles, I was looking at his houses and they were so period correct. And you had the pink tiles and all that stuff. And then I started looking around at the other celebrities of the Rat Pack like him. They all lived to 82, smoked and drank like a fish. They all lived to 82 and then croaked.
And look at who was that? George, the guy that always George Burns.
Yeah.
Hell, he lived
to the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, he was older than Methuselah.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, the guy that really sets me back is Elton John. That guy is old as dirt.
And still got it.
Yeah.
Sure does.
But do you know what the neat thing about Frank Sinatra that I didn't know about, was he would, this is super cool. Frank Sinatra was richer than hell, right? And he loved out in the desert, California. What was it? He hated Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. What was out in the desert where they golf? Anyway,
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs. Nobody wanted any interest in that. And he was like, boom, I'm going to do property here. And then everyone else started building property there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a club. It was, and there everyone was in this club here. And he started all that. Anyway, what was I getting at? I forgot. Son of a bitch. What he used to do. Okay, what he used to do was he would look in the newspaper and find some, somebody that needed, had hard times, and he would anonymously give them huge amounts of money at different people every day. And that was his hobby. He would look in the newspaper. He didn't want people that asked for money, but he would do it on himself, and he would look and see what people had hard times. And his favorite hobby was giving them money, and they had no idea. And he never talked about it. No one ever, he wanted to be silent. And no one ever knows that about Frank Sinatra. He donated like millions of dollars to people that no one ever knew about. And looked them up. They didn't ask him. He looked them up.
Another guy, look, we all know, okay, you just take one look at the guy and you already know. But, another guy that did that same thing and he gave it away to children's hospitals, was a real big contributor to children's hospitals, was Liberace. Liberace gave millions of dollars to
and nobody knows
hospitals and stuff. And he never even mentioned that. Now, granted, we all knew the guy was a fag, okay, or whatever. But you know what? I mean, I don't care what you got going on. If you live by your convictions and you know the difference between right and wrong and the things that you can make the difference about in somebody's life, and you contribute to that, and it's just something that you're giving from your heart. You're not doing it for publicity or anything like that.
I love
that's the true person. That's who you are in your heart. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think that is just totally commendable. Hats off. We need more people like that. Period. The end.
I absolutely love those guys that do it without anyone knowing about it. If I was super rich, I would do the same thing. I don't want people begging me. I would look for them that are real and find them and then give them. And no one knows about it. And these guys did the same thing. That is what makes him, and he had problems, Frank Sinatra.
Mm-hmm.
He had his temper, but he was actually a good guy. He was very picky about his food and who prepared it. I studied him.
I'm changing the subject. I worked up my squirrel.
Yeah, deep down, he was a good guy.
Yeah.
What is that? Was it a 30 grain bullet?
What did you?
22-250 with a 40 grainer.
Oh my goodness!
That's a screamer. What'd you load it with? What powder?
Tiger.
A lot.
Man, I think that was on YouTube low.
And she's going to scream about 3,900 feet per second.
You turn that squirrel inside out.
Degrees do it to a squirrel at 3,900 feet per second at about 30 yards.
I got to know. I want a video.
I got that ATN scope, or not the ATN, but that infrared scope, not an infrared scope that I can record on. I'm going to have to.
Hell yes.
What's the rifle you using?
I got a Thompson Center Contender that is a tack driving fool.
Yeah.
And in that
Really?
2250, it is as accurate as any expensive gun I have.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Gunswatter, that is an awesome video and song. If you've seen the video, whatever. These boots
Well,
are
that-
made for walking. Why haven't I done that video? Anyway, whatever.
Will that
I don't
infrared
wear
scope
boots.
fit on that contender?
Do what?
What kind of infrared scope is it? One of the big honking ones?
Oh, it's not the expensive one. Where are they?
Honking ones for a contender? No. You
That's
want
what I was wondering. I want to see what kind of scope it is.
low power for a contender.
Well,
I
Well.
guess if you're gonna do anything other than bench resting, you want a low power scope for a contender. I'll tell you that right now.
I want variable magnification. How's that?
Thompson Center. That gun. The cheap ones that they had out there for before they quit doing it.
Field Sport Micro. Nighthawk.
Yeah, the sight mark.
Sight mark. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a coyote getter.
Yeah.
Coyote coon getter.
And then I got the big one for. It's also great for smacking coons at night that are coming up to the cabin.
Yes, sir.
What,
Yeah,
the
I'm
scope
waiting.
or the gun?
I'd like to see that video.
You know, not to insert comment here, but I had two 788s through, you know, the course of me buying and selling rifles. One of them was a Remington 700 BDL. That was a pretty accurate rifle. I had a Remington 788. That's how I got started in 22-250. But I found that 48-31, even though it's not the most burningest, you know, feet per second load with the 50 to 55 grain bullets, I could not beat the accuracy with 48-31. 48-31 was a tack driver.
Hmm.
And I could tack drive with it. And anytime that I would use anything a little hotter than 48-31, my grips would start opening back up, you know.
Good night.
But
Good night.
I
Good night,
shot
Guns and Water.
an inch and a half at like 200 yards. So, yeah.
Good night, Guns and Water.
You should be in bed, you mosquito piece of shit.
Good night, Gunswatter.
Yeah, good night, buddy.
Up at 3 a.m. Man.
I feel like I just opened this. You know, that's the problem with this Coors Light. It's like drinking water, man.
Yeah, it's the same way with Busch Light too. I've got coolers full of beer left over from the wedding, and those Busch Lights just go down like water.
Drink a pile of them.
$48.95, Dave, is what to answer your question.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gotcha.
That's good powder for it. But yeah, try a few loads with 48-31. They're not going to be super fast. I mean, you're not going to get that feet per second that you've got right now. But to me, man, that was an accuracy load. I mean, I could shoot a hole all day long, you know, with you know, at 100 yards, no problem. Yeah, 48-31. Just seemed to pick
I
it.
could put target in it and push it all the way to 4,100 feet per second.
Yeah.
Does
If you can
anybody
see- if you can
know?
seat the bullet without deforming it, filling the case up with that stuff. Woo.
Does anybody know what caliber 48.95 was invented for?
Yeah, for the 30-06.
Okay.
Yep.
That was going to be my guess, but I
Made it
didn't
by
know.
crane
Yeah.
car. Yeah.
Yeah, it was to cycle gas-operated guns.
And that's what I
Well-
run in mine, and I love it.
Yeah, 48-95 is pretty universal powder for a lot of different calibers, but it also works in gas-powered, powered guns. Some people say that 4831 was what they used in World War One for the old bolt action 1903s, and that's not true. The 4895 came out very, very early in the development of the OT6.
What
And
made DuPont rich?
yeah, and the thing that made Hogston's rich was that after World War II, they bought up all that stockpiled powder. I mean, they had stockpiled, 4895, 4831. 4831 was actually developed for the 20 millimeter. And the 20 millimeter was not a very popular round with anti-aircraft. They'd rather do the 40 millimeter, and which was loaded with a whole different powder. And but yeah, 4831, they had stockpiles of 4831 everywhere. And it worked good in the OT6, and it worked good in a lot of different calibers, 7 millimeter mag, you name it. It's a slower burning powder. It's for bolt action.
300 Win Mag.
Yeah, and there you go. But that's how they used to sell it in 50-pound kegs. I had a 50-pound keg of 4831.
Hey,
4831.
Pat, is that one of those things you mailed me? I might have an extra one.
Pat's having issues. 4895. I thought I just saw Midway had it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think
I just saw a crap ton of it. Of course, I was in the basement.
I just seen a crap ton of it too out in my garage. 32 pounds.
Well, somebody emailed me, and
Yeah, I'm gonna get around to all that.
I swear that was the powder. Someone emailed me about that.
Back in the day, we used to buy military pull-down powder, and it was 4895, IMR 4895, and we bought it from Jeff Barlett or Pat's Reloading, and you can buy an 8-pound jug of that for $19.
Let me see if I can remember. If I can remember where I saw it. Yeah, I saw 16 pounds of it right next to the 16 pounds of 4064.
Yeah, I got a bunch of that too, 4064.
And that's not including what's in the safe.
You know what? There's an awful lot of staple powders I would say that just about any reloader has on their bench. 4895 usually is one of them. 4064 is another one. Bullseye or Unique or 231.
Yep, 231.
231. Well, I'm talking about some of the old staples. Those Red Dot for that matter. But they're people.
Herco.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go, Marvin.
Here's my favorite.
Yeah.
My favorite 308 powder right there, benchmark.
I got a bunch of that too. That works really good in 223.
Yeah.
I use benchmark for my tracer rounds because it's really hot burning.
I got a bunch of that.
Down here, you don't really want to shoot a whole lot of tracers because you'll set the woods on fire.
H335, man. I mean, I don't think if you're going to stay within 50. Oh, that's an old can right there.
Yep, that is an old can.
Still has a seal on it.
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of 2400 left.
Yeah.
That's good.
I had to buy it for our Trace Amigos thing.
I've got 4 of these.
4227 is another good one.
They took it off the market. They don't make it anymore, but IMR, they had 4320. 4320.
I've got some of that too.
It's an excellent powder for 303, 30-6, 75-55.
Here's gold in a can right here.
Yeah, that too.
Tiny little 9-ounce can.
Yeah, they fool you. You think you're getting a pound, and like, ooh, that's cheap, and it ain't but 9 ounces.
It's like a half,
little over a half pound.
Well, that's so bulky.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Just don't crush the donuts.
I love Trail Boss, baby.
I think I've got a pound a bottle and a half of Trail Boss.
Oh, if I get out of Trail Boss and Unique, my knees are shaking. Yeah.
This is 308 powder.
As far as newer powders go, for like my 44 mags and 38s,
Shooter's
I
World.
like that Shooter's World heavy pistol. It's a fantastic powder.
Yep.
Very clean, and it doesn't take a whole lot of it to get the job done. It's not like Tight Group. You can't just put a grain and a half in it and, you know.
Well, it's close to number 9.
Apparently this is a unicorn powder, but I haven't really found a great use for it.
What is it?
8208 XBR.
I'm not familiar.
It was supposed to be the new Varget bench rest powder.
There you go.
New Vargets? No.
Unique. Attaboy.
I got one of those big boys too.
I'll do some damage.
Yeah, I've got this. I got another one downstairs that hasn't been opened, but I also have about four 1 pound containers.
Is that a 4-pounder or an 8-pounder?
That's 8 pounds.
Okay.
I've got 16 pounds in 8 pounders, and then I've got 4 of the 1 pounders, and I haven't even worked through the first 1 pounder yet. So,
yeah, Angel was looking for something in the basement, and she opened up one of the closets. And she goes, "Jesus Christ!" I'm like, "What?" There's nothing but 4 and 8-pound jugs in that closet.
No smoking.
I said, "Don't worry about it, baby. Don't worry about it." What is a good one for 8mm Mauser?
Don't know.
Ooh. Well, it'd be similar
Look in the
to.
book for that.
So does Curtis shoot that, Chapin?
It should be similar to 06 or 308.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, I don't know if 4064 will work. I just don't want to blow through a shit ton of powder trying to figure out what works. I just want to figure it out.
Do some test loads. That should work.
what are you going to load, Kyle, with 4895 or 4064? What are you going to load with?
James, that was the first powder I
that's my 308 go-to is 4064. I
Either,
use
that's good for bolt guns, but don't shoot it.
4064 will work in 8mm. That's right in the
A
middle.
little on the slow side for some autos.
48.
well the Mausers are bolt guns.
Yeah, the 8x57, right? So yeah, 4895, 3031, 4064, Vitavuti 140, and
Voody
Vargas.
Voody.
Yep. Now you're getting into your heavier stuff, the 180s, TAC, Varget, Norma 202, Reliant 15, Lever Revolution, CFE 223. There you go.
Sounds like 30 cal powders.
Yeah.
You're going heavy for whatever.
That's the 180 grain.
Well, and I've also got a couple of Mosin Nagants, which are essentially a 308.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm covered there. What about an SKS? I've never loaded a single round for one.
1680. AA 1680.
I might have a pound or two of that because I tried that on some other things.
That is a great 300 blackout. 1680 is my favorite 300 blackout, and then you got CFE black. They probably both work.
And I've got Shooter's World Blackout, which is extremely close to those.
Yeah, that would work.
H380.
Okay, I was just checking. I've just never loaded any. I've got everything to load for it. I've got all the dies and molds, and hell, I've even got projectiles and brass and all that stuff. I've got jacketed bullets. I got molds to cast my own.
Does anybody load by 39?
Well, I'm about to be.
Oh.
I don't because it dings the brass.
I was going to say, I thought that's why a lot of people didn't, but shit, if you got it laying around, why not?
Well,
I bought some. So
Yeah.
If you get a bolt action Arisaka that doesn't have a plumber pipe rusted out barrel, then yes.
Or no sights.
Yes.
No, these SKSs are they're still packed in cosmoline. I mean, these have never been shot.
Yeah.
And my son came over today. It was his birthday, and I had something in the reloading room, and he was like, "What the hell is that?" And I said, "Well, technically it's after an AK-47, but it's chambered in 223. He goes, "So the same as my AR?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "That's weird, but I'm digging the folding stock." I said, "Yeah, it's a Swiss paratrooper rifle, and I had to go through hell to find magazines that fit it. So I've never shot it. Maybe one day."
I think I've seen that one on an after chat.
Yeah, maybe one day we can go to the gun range and we can shoot it together. My son's really into guns. I mean, not like me. He's not reloading and, casting bullets and stuff like that. But he's got a couple. And Angel's starting to get real into guns since she got a 380 for a wedding present, and she's already got a 38 special. And she likes shooting ARs and even my 308 and my 30-06. She loves them all. And she's like, "Hey, I just got back from the gun range." I'm like, "Okay, cool." She goes, "Here's our membership card. It's good for a year." I'm like, "Damn." So we're waiting on a day that all of us are off, and me and Angel and my son Grayson are going to go up and create some empty brass. Which, I mean, that's a great way to spend time with your family. So,
oh, yeah.
And my son is extremely well versed in safety and all that. He actually calls out flaws of other shooters that I didn't really notice. I didn't think too much about. I know the gun is empty because I just saw him shoot it. The chamber, like a revolver, the cylinder's laying out to the side, and he'll turn around and go over here and put it back in his thing. But he just flagged like 9 people with it, and Grayson will call him out on it. And I'm like, "Dude, chill. The cylinder is laying out of it. It's empty. He just shot it and emptied it, collected his brass. It's totally empty." And he goes, "He still shouldn't do that."
Yeah, he's still pointing
But
it.
don't be the range Nazi either.
Yeah, I said, "Well, you are correct. He shouldn't be doing that, but we both know."
No, you still don't point whether it's loaded or not. Yeah.
Right. Then you end up in an Alec Baldwin situation or some shit.
Well, it's just not right. Yeah.
Well, but I appreciate the fact that I've taught him enough that he knows you shouldn't be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And he just turned 22 today.
Well, happy birthday.
Oh, he's not here.
Oh, I know. Just pass it on
I will.
for the next 27 minutes.
One thing that I always kind of took in consideration with hand loading for the AK rifles or the SKS when I had them is that when I used my hand loads, Jim brought some. It'll ding the case. Well, that's true. That's true. However, you're firing it out of AK. You're firing it out of SKS. So, yeah, we're not talking bullseye accuracy anyway, and we're not. You have a little dent in the case, it's not going to be any difference at all to me. And it's an aesthetic thing. But here's another thing too with the SKS rifle. if you take the bolt out of it, well, I don't even think you have to take the bolt out of it. All you have to do is just take the gas, the gas tube out, and it has the piston in it. You can just take that piston out. It'll fire like a single shot.
Right.
Yeah, you can fire it like a single shot. But yeah, one of the things is that you have to take in consideration with SKSs and AKs. Those were built as throwaway guns. Once they wore them out, they just threw them away.
Right.
They didn't rebuild them. They didn't do anything. And so, the bores, are a little rougher, but they don't care. They just wanted something that was going to fire. And, so using cast bullets, you want to check your bore and make sure it's not too rough to put cast bullets down, because otherwise you're going to get a lot of leading.
Right.
Just like, because it's too rough for a cast bullet. But yeah, size your bullets if you do. If you do fire cast bullets out of an SKS or a AK, you want to go with a 311, 312 diameter. Play around with that to get kind of the best accuracy you can get out of it.
Gas check them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about getting some of those. I don't know what the proper term is, but I call them break-in bullets.
Oh, you mean
the lapping bullets?
They got a certain amount of abrasiveness to them, so they fire lapping is what they call it. Yeah. I think Midway sells a kit, and it's the Wheeler kit, where you can actually take regular bullets and roll the projectile on it and load that into your round, and you fire so many of those, and then for so many of the next grid down.
Right.
Marvin knows what that is. He's got it.
So fire lapping.
I do that with 2022. Do it with
Or
the
you
same.
wear your elbow out and just use JB bore cleaner. JB bore cleaner will smooth the barrel out like you wouldn't believe, man. That thing will be as smooth as a freaking stripper's ass with fucking cocaine on it, dude.
I did it on that 1022, and that barrel looked like a mirror, looked like a Browning shotgun on the
Well,
inside.
like I say, these have never been fired. They're still packed with cosmoline, so I got to clean them. I got to clean the stocks, get all that stuff off. I'm gonna leave them sitting out on the tailgate of the truck all day.
Get them nice and hot.
Yep. Let the sun do its work.
Get the hair dryer out. Yeah.
Well, I got a heat gun. I mean, I can do it, but I just don't want a floor full of cosmoline when it finally starts melting.
Just get yourself one of those. Go to the garden shop at like Walmart or whatever, and buy one of those big long things that planter deals made out of plastic. Probably cost you $4. And you just fill it up with simple green, and then just throw it in there and scrub the living piss out of it. Take the stock, put it in there, scrub the living piss out, let it dry out, and then do it again.
Yeah.
And do all that oil out of there. And actually, to tell you the truth, if it's a little oily, I don't think you're going to do that oil, but it's not enough to affect the accuracy. I mean, we're talking about an SKS again.
Right. I mean, what kind of accuracy are you going to get out of it to begin with?
Right. They'll fire within 2 inches at 100 yards.
Yeah.
So
They're chrome lined. Just smooth them out with copper bullets or steel jacket.
Well, some of the older ones aren't chrome lined.
Just shoot them, and they'll smooth themselves out.
I'm thinking about just going to Academy and getting one of them sardine cans full of ammo, because they have them for 8mm and SKSs. I'm thinking about getting a sardine can of each. I think it's 250 rounds or something, maybe 500. I'm not sure. And just going to the range and wearing it out after I make sure the bore's cleaned out. And
shoot the steel jacket and let it smooth out that chrome bore. That's what I do. And don't clean it, just shoot it.
Right.
Jim, some of those weren't chrome bore. Some of those were plain board.
Well, this was 223, you said?
But that's the AK-47.
762 by 39.
Yeah, I'm talking about 762 by 39.
Yeah,
the SPS is just 762 by 39. And also the AK is 760 by 39.
Well,
Right.
no, mine's chambered in 223.
Which one? Your
The AK.
Is it
okay?
the-
That's yeah.
I've got plenty of jacketed rounds that I can run through it. Hell, there's probably 40 loaded magazines with 28 rounds in them and locked up in the safe down there. One of the safes, I don't know.
Yeah, on the chrome bores, shoot them, don't clean them, shoot them. They actually tell you, let them smooth out. So if you clean them every 5 rounds, that's not going to do you any good.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Let them smooth out.
My 308, I have to run, and I'm not running cast bullets through it. I'm running jacketed. I have to run after I clean it, and when I say clean it, I run the bore cleaner foam through it and let it soak and do all this and get it all good and clean. Then you got to shoot 5 to 10 rounds to get that copper fouling built back up.
Yep.
And then the groups start tightening up, and I just shoot it. Every now and then I run a patch with a little bit of oil, no chemicals, no nothing, just a little bit of oil, and I keep shooting it. And they'll tighten up, and then they'll start doing this. And when they start doing that, it's time to clean it again. That's usually what I found is about 400 rounds through it.
Damn.
William Gangley is here. Anyway, this is super short chat. I want to go. I am so
It's like Jim is spent.
You have no idea how.
Oh, you can go another 20 minutes, damn it.
Yeah, I heard you complain about how long it took you to organize cans in your pantry. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Canned food. Oh my gosh.
I worked 3 to 11 last night and 9 to 5 today. I was up at 7:30.
My ass is kicked. I'm burnt toast, not toast, but burnt. Okay. And we went 3 hours. What is it? 3 hours and 42 minutes. We're almost 4 hours.
I told you beg for mercy. It ain't gonna happen.
No mercy.
Captain Insano shows no mercy.
Okay, William Gangley is here, and Mac just showed up.
What was that?
Damn. So Mac and William Gangley is here. I'm just beat. Tomorrow I'm not going to do squat. It's hot.
You wasn't going to do shit anyway. Don't be lying to nobody.
All right, big.
Squirrel target.
And it's freaking hot out here. We're in the 80s. It's hot. I'm dying.
The 80s.
We're getting 80 degrees.
I can't stand it.
I bet you've almost got 20% humidity, huh?
16, about that.
Must be rough.
He'd never make it here, Ozark. He'd never make it here.
Or here. I'm surrounded by corn.
No, I'm not living. I'm not living in a swamp where it's humid no more.
Well, let's see. What does the weather say here? 59 degrees.
Hang on, let's check.
My humidity is 78 right now.
Let's just.
I'm not kidding.
It's been real muggy today.
We're in that whole thing where it gets 80 degrees during the daytime. Probably it starts shooting up there around 11:30. The heat starts coming on, but right at about 5 o'clock in springtime here, about 5 it starts going down, and by 8 o'clock it's like 60 degrees out. And you go out and man, it's kind of chilly out here. Well, it's because you were cooking during the day, but in the morning it's like 60 degrees. It's good.
Being that it's nighttime and moist out right now, our humidity is 33.
Wow.
Usually we get half that.
Wow.
What? Is that bad or good?
That's nothing.
Well, let me find the. Right now it's 71 here.
This is
I'm trying
why.
to find the humidity.
This is why.
Corn is 75% humidity.
Yeah.
You brought something up. I was in the grocery store, went back to
Yeah, I heard you found that killer deal on sweet corn, man.
Yeah,
five years for $1. That's awesome.
Damn you. Yeah, I forgot.
Be able to get it free.
It's
Where you
awesome. It is
Oh,
so
yeah,
sweet.
Today, it was 90 degrees here.
Awesome.
Humidity 87%.
Yeah.
But the UV index was low.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, when I lived in Vegas, once the humidity got above like 40%, they were like, "Oh my god,
Oh,
what are you bitching about?"
Yeah.
I thought
I'll
30
tell you one thing,
was
Jim knows what I'm talking about. In the summertime, you start getting around to the end of July, and then you get into August, the first part of September. I mean, I'll tell you what, when the sun goes down and it's hot as hell outside, when you go down to the beach or go down to the waterfront, you know what I'm talking about, Jim.
Nice
cool
air coming off the water.
My God, that cool air coming up off the water.
Yep.
Oh my God, there's nothing like it. It's just, it's just like, oh geez, man, I'm in heaven right now. I mean, it's so comfortable. I
live right next to the Mississippi. The same thing happens off of there. It's awesome.
Yeah, I actually envy you. You can actually go fishing.
Yeah.
There is a Puget Sound. There's hardly any fishing anymore. It's all commercial, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
Well, folks, I'm calling it.
it's hot out right now, but luckily it cools off at night, so it's all good. I got a window open for Leon. I made him a shelf at the window, and he sits there all night.
Yeah.
Because he's got a window, he can hear and look at the critters. And
that's it. That's his life, man. He is on the prowl. He is.
Leon is so happy right now. My wife was like, "That's the best thing you ever did was put a shelf in the window, in the bathroom." And he's like, boom, he's there for 20 hours. And then
all right, Marvin.
Yep. Hey, we got a free kitten that Twine rescued off the highway.
Oh no! You got
French fry.
Yeah. Now you got 3.
Right? Well, we got to give this one away. We can't do 3. The smaller one's freaked out by it. It's like Pumbaa. He's gonna eat me. Yeah, I'm like.
Is it a male or female?
It's a female, about 6 weeks old, jet black, except for one dot on his chest.
Her chest.
Yeah. But she's real personable. She just wants to be pet and play, and then when she's tired, she wants to pile up on your lap and go to sleep. So for a stray,
I can't help you. I'm allergic.
I got your video, and she was crawling up over your shoulder, your collarbone, and putting her tail in your face and all that.
Smell my essence.
You might have to keep.
Hey, Jeff said he's halfway to. I'll bring her on. The girls would love her. Great pet.
I wish our cat would hang out with the kids more.
I got we got one of our customers ended up finding 2 dogs. She rescued them from the pound, and they're gorgeous. They're both sisters. One of them's already been adopted, and the other one, they're like, what'd she say they were? Like half pit, half something else. They're gorgeous dogs. And I asked Angel, I said, you want another dog? And she goes, well, hell no, I can't hardly handle the 2 we got now. Of course, one of them's 120 pounds and one of them's approaching 80 pounds,
Yep.
And she said, I can't walk them around the neighborhood. I got to take them out in the woods and just let them run.
Mr. Chico is here.
Chico.
What's going on, man? How you holding up?
Chico
wise. How's it going, Chico?
Oh, real quick before you go, Marvin. I found my contender grips.
Oh yeah,
found them. I know I told the group chat, but I don't know if you've saw it or not. He finally got them in stock, so I ordered them right as soon as I got the email. So I got.
So you
I
talking about?
thought you were in the market for a contender. I didn't know you had one.
I do.
Okay, cool.
Still in the white, isn't it?
That's what?
Is it stainless or is it in the white?
It's stainless.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I got an SSK 50, then one of the new ones.
So it is an SSK. Now the ones I saw didn't have markings. Yours has the Cougar.
You can get them flat side with no markings. You can get them with.
Okay, Midway.
You can get them with the links. You can get them with the House of Arms logo. You can get them with something
Midway.
else.
Yeah, Midway had the flat sides and barrels.
The flat sides are more expensive because they got to be a perfect casting.
Is it a 1 generation or 2?
It takes it. What do you mean?
Is it a generation 1 or 2?
So it takes G1 furniture, but it can take G1 or 2 barrels.
All right.
Cool. Right on.
It's a
I'll tell
hybrid.
you what, I shot Silhouette. When I shot Silhouette, that was the priesthood. That was the priesthood of our own religion, man.
You can't be a contender for Silhouette, man.
They lived and breathed TC contenders.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they shot. And I had one. I had one, and I shot it for a while, but I was just doing Silhouette at that time for something to do.
Right.
I had a pair of Sevilles, which is it's like the Ruger Blackhawk on steroids, and they were made in Utah actually. I think what was it? United States Arms made them, and they made them very. Dude, we're talking 25 years ago. I've sold those guns since then. But yeah, both of them 10-inch barrel, bull barrel, Ruger Blackhawk like things.
Damn.
And man, I shot those at 220 yards and knocked over rams with them with 44 Magnums.
Hell yeah.
If I don't leave now, I ain't leaving. I'm just going to put my head on the desk like
Oh, jeez.
All right.
You've been working the stone, buddy. You've had your nose.
Super short chat.
All right. Good night, Marvin.
Yeah, you get some good sleep, bud, and rest up.
All right. Love y'all.
Good night, Mark.
Good night, Ozark. Super short chat. We should all go to bed. Gosh darn it, people.
Chico, what is?
I just got home from work. I don't know what y'all's problem is.
I'm toast. I got my ass kicked today cleaning up.
What is Taco Mac?
It's a restaurant.
Not familiar. Is it a chain or is it a local thing?
No, it's a chain. They got them all over the place.
Never heard of it.
Taco Mac. What the hell is Taco Mac?
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at with it.
I'll take anything that's good.
It's.
Is it like Taco John's?
I don't know what that is, but
that's probably the same damn thing, different region.
I would assume so.
Well, the question is, does Carter like it?
Actually, that sounds pretty good. If you were to take mac and cheese and then take
no, it's not like
taco seasoning, man.
A hamburger that was done with the taco mix and stuff and throw it in there. That actually sounds pretty good, man.
That's called hamburger helper.
Well,
they've got very good selection of
hamburger helper. You can make all that crap at home.
No.
Oh yeah.
They got a very good selection of craft beers, excellent hot wings, great sides like onion rings, fries, that kind of stuff. Chicken wings, hamburgers. I think they sell tacos. I don't know. I've never ordered one there.
I just get
I'll
the
tell you
beer.
what I have to watch out for at my age is eating pasta. I have to watch out for because it binds me up. And eggs are starting to do the same thing, man. And I'm telling you what, it's like a solid piece of freaking steel coming out, man. It is like, holy crap.
Now, Dave, this is about the 4th time tonight that I've wanted to throw out too much information warning. I love you to death, but damn, man.
You get old before.
Yeah,
these things. And then next thing you know, you're eating more juices. You know, you're visiting the freaking,
Prune
vegetable aisle
juice.
a lot more. You're laying off on the meat and the bread and dairy and stuff. And
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Oh, Chico, my
How
man,
old are you?
fried pickles.
Oh
are
yeah.
awesome.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
love fried pickles.
How old are you? 45? How old are you?
Who me?
Yeah, you like 50 or something?
40. I don't know what year is it.
Oh,
You're a
jeez.
24.
You're a kid.
46.
You're a kid. You wait until you're our age.
He's a middle-aged man. He ain't a kid. We're all middle-aged. Well,
No, you're not.
I'm about to say you're the least middle-aged.
I am middle-aged. I am 34 years old. That's half dead.
I'm knocking on a dirt nap.
Yeah, but you know what? The difference between a 34-year-old age guy and you these days is at least you're a man.
Well, yeah,
I run into an awful lot of pussies that are your age.
me too.
Little self-righteous, entitled freaking pussies.
Mm-hmm.
There's your age and waiting for the dirt nap age like me. Okay?
Well, like I said, I'm halfway there, bro.
There's
Well,
a difference.
Let me tell you, I don't care if it happens tomorrow. I'm going to slide into that grave sideways and then force my friends to pick my ass up and burn my ass and then set my ashes on the fireplace.
By the way, that same thing that I said, I don't know how old Chico Wise is. That's another guy. He's a man.
He's a hell of a man.
I think he's
He's
30.
a-
I think
he's a
he's
man.
36.
Yeah, well, there you go. But he's
Yeah,
a man.
I'm about to say, I think he's about 10 years younger than me.
Yep.
And he was the best dressed person at my wedding, except for my wife.
Hell yeah.
Well, there's a thing to be said about overparenting and emotional intelligence that parents have to have when it comes to their kids. And sooner or later, your kid's going to have to swim on their own, and they have to have the skills to do that. And that comes from making mistakes. Sometimes that's expensive. Sometimes that's embarrassing. Sometimes, it's.
No, Chico's one of the best fathers that I've ever met.
Yeah, and I see that in him. That his parents actually raised him right. Same thing with Tin Man there. His parents raised him right. I don't know about you guys, but by the time I was 18 years old, I wanted to leave home. Actually, I left home before that. But
shit, I was gone. I was in the army.
I wanted to do those things. And nowadays, you run into guys that are 30 years old still living with mom and dad. What's for dinner, mom? What the hell, man?
Get up here and cook it. You figure it out.
Yeah. How about a good ass beating and a swift kick in the ass out the door and say, there's the freaking world.
Yep.
There you go. Go ask the world what's for dinner.
My upbringing was here. I'm going to buy you these $30 shoes. If you want those $60 ones, get your ass a job and get them yourself. And it's the best thing that
me
ever
and
happened
Jim
to me.
were raised on Tough Skins jeans, man.
Yep, it's the best shit
They
that
would
ever
take
happened
us
to me.
down to Montgomery Wards, or they'd take us to Sears and buy us those stiff as hell freaking jeans, and they wore like iron, man. We weren't running around with Levi's and all that shit, dude.
Yeah,
we made do with what our parents could afford. Yeah.
When I was in high school, I played football, I wrestled, and I did track. Of course, I was the more field guy than the track guy. Shot put, discus, that kind of stuff. And my weekends were spent, since I was about 10 years old, push mowing everybody's grass in the neighborhood. And I live on the side of a mountain. So everything's uphill half the time. You're thankful when you can go downhill. But then, you got to turn around and go back up the hill. And, went to all my practices and this, that, and the other. And I got a job when I was a junior in high school turning wrenches for a local Dodge dealership as like apprentice or whatever. And I arranged transportation to get from school to there. And then I walked home because the Dodge dealerships, it's only about a mile away, or it was at that time. And then I grew up, got 16, got my driver's license, kept turning wrenches, all that stuff. Finally graduated high school. 4 days later, my ass was on a bus heading to Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And that's when I learned what exercise was.
Yep. I lived at home till I was 21, but I had the same job that I have now when I was 20. So
yeah,
I paid rent, all that shit.
Yeah, well, eventually you wanted your own place, man, because you start figuring it out after a while. Hey, girlfriend equals own apartment equals freedom, which equals privacy, which equals, you start living on your own. And
it wasn't about that. Like that needed to happen because I needed to know what it really meant to be broke.
Right.
That was also a very good thing that happened to me because I remember living paycheck to paycheck and I couldn't even afford food and couldn't eat for 3 days.
I remember my entire paycheck going on the rent, and then the next paycheck went towards the electricity and the water and all that stuff. And I might have maybe $25 to really spend on myself. Yeah. And I used to have to, I used to have to walk to the cannery that I worked at. And I remember my dad, me and my dad didn't get along when I was a kid. And I remember my dad, this was when I was 18 years old. I remember my dad, it was like Sunday morning, just had this big blowout party. I was renting the single wide, 8x40 trailer, 10x40 trailer in this RV park. Well, it wasn't an RV park, but it was a trailer park. And I remember he came over it was like 9 o'clock in the morning. I get this knock on the door. I open the door and it's my dad. And he looks at me and he's got a bag of groceries. And he goes, I don't suppose I can come in and have a cup of coffee if you got any. I said I think that's Newton. I let him in, and you know what? There was a bong sitting out, the whole freaking heaped over thing. Yeah. Oh, he knew exactly. He kind of looked to the left, looked to the right, kind of smiled a little bit, And you knew what the hell was going on. He drank his coffee. He said, I just wanted to check on you. It's been like, maybe 4 months since I've seen you. So, wanted to see how things are going. And about that time, my girlfriend's in the back room. She goes, David, who's that? Who's that? I was like, it's my dad. And he just smiled again, And I was like, what am I going to tell you, Dad? Okay, what am I going to do? Yeah, you know what's going on here. I mean, you're not stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I came back and I was a truck driver for a while.
I didn't even have a car. Yeah.
And I met my first wife at a TA truck stop. And before y'all get any ideas, she was a mechanic there. And I did that for a minute. And then I said, you know what? Let's go work on big trucks. Why not? So I got a job there, and me and her were kind of dating at the time.
Just trying to tell me.
Then I started working there, and like Pat said, instead of living at my parents' house, I was shacking up with her. Because we worked the same shift, I'm like, fuck, I'll just ride with you. I'm sorry for my language. And so we'd go to work, come home, and, all that stuff. And then I'd stop by my parents' house and drop off some money because, they helped me through. And here's for the water bill, here's for the power bill, and here's some money towards the house payment. And then I'd split the property taxes and insurance with them. And that went on for a minute, and then I got married, and shortly thereafter had my first son. And, we got our own house and all that, and that went well. Then next thing I know, oh, look, there's another one. And so we're living our life. I'm still sending my parents some money because, they're older. And then We got divorced. I got kicked out. Cost me a crap ton of money for nothing. And do what?
I said,
Yeah. Cost me a crap ton of money for nothing. And so I moved out on my own, I quit shacking up with her or living with her, and got my own place. Then one thing led to another, and my ass ended up in Vegas. So I mean, it's really weird how life can treat you. But my parents raised me in a certain way that I was able to take care of myself, and still kind of help them out too, because that was the right thing to do. But there were times where I'd go like 3 days without eating just so I could buy a $5 Little Caesars pizza to feed my 2 kids when I got visitation.
Yep.
By the way, Pat, that's the only way to go anymore. Marriage ain't what it used to be. And if your marriage works, that's great. And I mean, I'm not saying anything about anybody who got married. You married great. Cool. And it's, there you go. But you know what? In my situation, dude, I already got one bullet in the head. I'm not going to sign up for another one. I ain't doing that. It's just the way it is. I mean, if she wants to be with me, fine. Let's be together. And, if she don't want to be with me, then well, there you go. You're free to do what the hell you want. But you ain't going to take half my shit when you leave. It's just
she took more than half my shit.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
You already said that, back and forth, child support, all kinds of other shit, dude. I didn't have to go through child support. But the one thing I did have to pay, so I ended up having to pay maintenance to her for 5 years at $1,250 a month, and I could not backslide on any of the house payments, which was $1,600 at the time. So I'm going to tell you what, man, I mean, when I got divorced, man, I had other bills and stuff that I was trying to pay for. Man, I'm telling you what, that was a real stressful time for me.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
It was stressful, yeah. And you know what? It was so stressful, members of her family would come over to the house and give me a bag of groceries at that time. They were saying, what she's doing to you is just deplorable. Yeah. But, hey, everything she did was legal, and you know what? That page is turned, and I'm doing great, man. I'm doing fantastic now.
I'm over it. I've turned the page in my life, and let's start reading the new chapter.
I no longer am, chained to the floor, bound that anymore. So that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. And you know what, Tin Man, I'm going to tell you what, Tin Man, you have your wife on this and everything. That's really cool. And I don't know what goes on, between you guys. I'm telling you what, that's really respectful. I respect you guys' marriage. I mean, you guys work together. You guys are together. That's awesome.
She's cool as shit.
If you get lucky, all I got to say is, if you get lucky, marriage is a wonderful thing.
It is.
We've been married 35 years. I've known her 40-something years. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that me and my ex had 100% all the time bad times. I mean, there were some times where there was a person in there that really was true and loved me. But the thing was, though, was that something happened and it wasn't there anymore. And she just went wild and went crazy on me. And, another thing too, if you're a father-in-law, if you're a father-in-law, try to treat your son-in-law like your own son with the best advice you can give.
Mm-hmm.
I had a father-in-law was anytime that he seen that I spent money on something or something like that, early on in our marriage, he always made it a point like, you are a huge selfish bastard. I mean, that's the way he treated me all the time. And so I never got along with Gary. I never got along with him. He always lorded over the top of me, and there was nothing I could do right. He always find fault with everything that I did. And you know what? that's terrible to have a father-in-law like that. That's
Well,
horrible.
he might have backed off if he would have just said, "Hey, your daughter doesn't think so."
Well, you know what? That added to the problem with my marriage. That added to the problem with my marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Just hey, what you're doing is fucked up. You are fucked up. When you treat me like I'm a selfish bastard for buying a bowl, you're the one who's fucked up, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Kurt, Mrs. Tin Man's parents love Kurt more than what the hell is going on here, people?
Oh my God! Did I open Pandora's box? I'm sorry.
That's all right. I feel like
they don't.
I shouldn't have done that. You know.
I feel like my parents love Angel more than they love me.
Yeah, that just goes with the territory, man.
Kurt, you work all these hours. You work a lot of hours. You put your nose to the grindstone. You get your time where you can go shooting or reloading or whatever. And I'm going to tell you what. From what I can see, your wife, man, she's really cool. I mean, she's just really cool, and she lets you have your time with the guys. I mean, I hate to say this, but you need male companionship.
100%.
Yeah, and when you got a wife that won't let you hang out with any of your friends or something like that, that's yeah, you'll start going crazy after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Work helps with that. I work with some pretty cool people. I like my coworkers a lot, so that's kind of like 8 hours of bullshitting right there.
Yeah, well, but that shouldn't be it though. You have your friends.
No, I know.
In the half hours, and it's like gym. It's like gym. We've had this conversation before. Gym provides a place where you got male companionship right in here. And we all get along. We play jokes on each other. We say shit about each other, but we're guys, and we get to be guys here, and that's cool. Yeah. It's not saying that women aren't allowed or the wives aren't allowed.
Yes, it is.
They respect it enough because they know what it is, so they stay out of it. So, I mean, just the guys have to be guys for a while. Drink beer and fart.
The cool thing is,
whatever.
One of our customers ended up giving us tickets to the Braves game, and all of us guys that had the day off or the night off from work, we went down and watched the Braves game. And I went to my wife. I didn't ask permission because that's not the kind of relationship that we have. I said, "Look, I'm going to the Braves game on this night. Why don't you schedule some time with your girlfriends and y'all go out and have a night out? Just don't get stupid because we're not going to get stupid. I expect you to come home just like I expect me to come home." I didn't buy a single beer at the ballpark. I didn't spend a nickel. We went out to dinner, which cost me $18, but whatever. Still didn't have to pay for the tickets or parking or anything like that. And we enjoyed a Braves game that they lost, bastards, which are doing a lot of lately. And then I got home. She was home. She went out with her friends and had a good time. And, everything's fine. That if I'm going to go out and have a good time, I expect you to too.
Okay, I hope I didn't quote West Covina Dodge's last comment. I hope I didn't quote that. Did I quote that or not? That's bad.
It's just song lyrics.
Oh, okay. All right. Here's the deal, people. You need a woman you trust, and then you need a woman that gives you as much crap as you give her. And you don't need to match. You don't need to be the same personality. Me and my wife are opposites. We're total opposites. However,
you mean she doesn't put underwear on her head?
No.
But I'll be damned.
But however, there is some underwear stories. However, okay, You don't need to be the same makeup. Actually, opposites work best because me and my wife are opposites. I'm a dumbass. She's a smartass. Anyway, it comes down to they give you shit, you give them shit. It's
It's mutual.
You don't have to be the same. We are total opposites, but in the middle, it works. And it's worked for 40 something years.
Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Don't let your emotions get in the way of your relationship with the person.
You need humor.
Sort that shit out on your own.
You need humor in your relationship. Right. Bad times, good times, jabs. You need the humor back and forth, and it makes it somehow it works like a machine, and it's an 8-cylinder engine. So that's what I'm saying.
Find a woman that laughs when you spray her in the face with a garden hose.
Yeah, I've only been with her for like 40 something years, way more than when we got married. So it works somehow, and you don't have to be the same. Actually, being the same is going to be bad. You have to be kind of opposites, and you have to give each other shit. And it makes it works. It's like a tossed salad.
I think we got a troll here.
We got
No, they haven't done anything offensive yet. They're just saying hi.
No, Margie TV is here, and there's no trolling. Hey, Margie, how you doing? So shout out. Okay, hey Margie, how you doing? Anyway. You don't have to be the same. Actually, you're better off if you're not.
You have to have the emotional intelligence on each side to say, you know what, we don't have to be the same.
No, we don't. You're better off if you're not the same.
You know,
I think
this is Scotland. This is Ireland. Okay, they're not the same. You can't say Scotland, Ireland, it's the same thing. No, it's not. They're not the same thing, and it's the same thing with people. And it's the same thing with a lot of situations in life. You got to be able to sort that shit out. And like you said, have humor about it. Make fun about it.
And what I'm saying is when you get married, you don't want to be like best friends. Everything has the same thing going on. The same thing we like. No, that's not going to work. You need to be...
I can't. If you're gonna get married, you gotta learn to hate each other, is what he's saying.
Well, no. But if you go into a marriage thinking you're twins and everything's the same, no. You need that. You need that back and forth. The friction. You need the yin yang thing, and you want a wife that can give you shit, and you can give her back shit, and it works. That's how it works.
And not just that, when you're having a good time with her, you are genuinely having a good time with her.
Yep.
You are genuinely having good times with her.
There's some video. There's some videos. There's some videos where she was pissed. But she got it after. There's.
Is it even funnier?
Yeah, no, she does
not ready to be Jim. Not during the time.
She doesn't like the gobble thing, and she doesn't like light chats in the bed. She does not like.
You pay more attention than you guys do me. God damn it! Turn that shit off.
I like some of your older videos where stuff was getting thrown at you, and I didn't know if it was your son just tossing them or if it was actually your wife throwing shit at you.
Oh my god! Nothing beat live action footage when Willie was getting into it with his old lady.
Every time.
There was no live TV or anything that could have beat that. Oh man, that was
great. It was funny.
We'd come in here and rip him a new asshole, and he'd get that look on his face. You knew exactly what was coming down. And then the show was like, okay, everybody shut up. This is priceless right here. Oh, everybody was just like, right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So, when you get married, don't expect to be identical the same. They love the same stuff, all that. No, that's the worst thing you can do. You want to be opposites, but yet you can give each other shit, and it works that way. Don't try and be a twin with your wife. It's not going to work. It's not going to work at all.
Yeah, have respect for that individuality that you have, that you actually own this part of you. This is who you are.
And you want one, yes. And I don't know about Tin Man's wife here on the side chat, but you want one with a slight temper, a personality, and edgy and stubborn. You want them stubborn. Even though you don't like that stubbornness, you need that in your life. It's perfect.
Actually,
I've got a mountain goat. She is stubborn. She has a temper. She can be mean. I mean, she
stubbornness.
She gives back just as good as she gets. So
yeah,
you know, whether it's you or her being stubborn about something, sometimes it brings out the best in you, because then I mean, she can think, well, maybe I was really going overboard on this sort of thing and it pissed them off. And then you're on the other thing because you're not talking to her about it, and you're thinking, did I really have to be that way?
Yeah.
Did I really have to go there? And so it makes you both think, and then maybe you can meet in the middle and say, let's just forget about that fight we had earlier.
You definitely need a wife that's stubborn and will hold her ground when she believes in something. You need that. Otherwise, it's wishy-washy. You can get away with murder. No, you need that. You need it. It makes everything neutral and level on the yes.
So my wife and I just had a conversation where she thinks Alec Baldwin is innocent, and I do not.
Hell no, he's not.
Say again, what?
No. She thinks Alec Baldwin is innocent, and I think he's a murderer.
He's a fucking murderer. What are you talking about, Mrs. Man? You're crazy. That guy had no idea what he was shooting a firearm at somebody. What are you talking
the worst part about it is that he left it up to everybody else to call emergency services like he was above that. Like, I don't have to call 911. Somebody else, I hire people to do that. And he just stood there saying, who handed me a hot gun? He was looking to who to blame or who to take the toll for it, and he just left it up. The woman's dying right now. You just shot her, dude. Wow.
I don't care who handed him a hot gun. It was his responsibility to make sure those were not live.
That was exactly what he said as soon as the gun fired. Who handed me a hot gun?
So there is an aspect.
About.
No, listen. There's an aspect. There's an aspect of that I can understand, is when you're on a movie set and an armorer hands you a gun and you start pulling the mag out and dicking with it and doing all that. They're like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Then they have to recheck it. You know what I mean? I get that, but still, just a stupid situation.
Yes,
but it was a revolver.
I know.
It's not like he didn't have any experience in that. I mean, he's been in other movies where he has done scenes with firearms. So it isn't like he's like, I'm new to this. I don't know what's going on. No, you're not new to this at all. You're a professional actor.
I mean, look at Hunt for Red October. He was shooting a 9mm into a nuclear missile silo on a submarine.
Yeah.
He knows how this shit works.
Right.
However, this is
small feet. Why is that a prerequisite? Small feet? Huh. All right.
I ain't got my glasses on. I can't really see it.
All right. So here's what I'm talking about. You don't want a twin. You got to have differences. And she likes Alec Baldwin, which I would prefer the youngest brother myself in the Baldwin family. I'm sorry, but he's the best. Anyway, you need that little bit of.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. You gotta, argue about shit. It is what it is.
A little bit of buffer. Yeah.
Can't be twins. if you're twins, that marriage isn't going to work. You're twins. You're going to agree on everything. No, that ain't going to work. You got to have a little bit of that edge on both sides. And then you need sense of humor where you can dig at each other and poke the bear and do that. And, we do that every day.
If you're the same person as your wife and you agree on everything, they're going to get bored and they're going to find shit to argue about anyway.
Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, you got to have that. You got to have that feistiness. And I like fire in a woman, too. I like to fire. Yeah.
Oh, Angel can be very, very fiery.
You got to have the fire. Yeah, you got to have the fire. And
you like fiery? Let me introduce you to a 3-year-old with a rack of billiard balls and let her loose in your house. I'll show you fiery.
Yeah. But for everyone getting married out there, don't try and find a twin. It's not going to work. You're not going to marry a twin and have it last. No,
and I do agree with you, Jim. I do agree.
No way. Yeah.
My 3-year-old called my wife shit ass.
What?
Yeah, she called it. Well, that's my fault.
We knew it was your fault.
Because when I'm changing their butts and they shit their diapers, I was like, "Well, get over here, shit ass." And that's So yeah, my 3-year-old picked up on that, and it's funnier than hell.
Oh, that's hilarious. See, that's what.
Hang on, I gotta breathe.
Dude, yeah.
See, this is what makes it work. This is what makes it work. I already know that,
she calls me mommy.
Yeah, I already know that Tin Man's wife doesn't agree with him like a twin, and it works.
Yeah.
Yep, it works.
God Almighty, that
little girl is exactly like me, and oh my God,
I feel sorry for her.
Yeah, you're gonna get that with your offspring. Yeah, you're gonna get that.
The younger one's just like my wife, though. So I mean, it works out. It's funny how that works. They're both smart as shit too. They're both super smart dudes. Unbelievable. My 2-year-old can read. We wrote down all the colors, just a bunch of different words, all in a black pen. That 2-year-old girl can point at him. She just turned 2, by the way. Last couple weeks ago, she points at him. She knows all the words. She can read them. It's like, holy shit! Who taught you this?
Yeah, my oldest is, in my opinion, a Mensa card-carrying genius.
Yeah.
Crazy. And he doesn't get that from me at all. My youngest, he's smart, but he's really into music. He likes playing music. He's becoming a guitarist, and he comes over here, and we work through some stuff, and next thing you know, we're recording stuff. And it actually sounds pretty damn decent.
Cool.
For the equipment that I have, but he's found a niche that he likes, and he likes to play around with it with his dad. So
it's awesome. Yeah.
I forgot to mention Uncle John is here, but he can never reply.
I was going to say earlier, I missed Uncle John in the side chat, man. We got to figure that out.
Well, Uncle John has replied to some of my videos under 2 characters, but some reason he can't reply on the live chat. So, Uncle John, if you're still up there, I love you.
At some point, you got to call Google or call YouTube and be like, what the hell? Why can't I comment on this? And maybe they can look into it. Shit, I don't know. We missed having you around. Might be worth the phone call.
And Chico's not wrong. You spend 2 minutes with Carter. That kid's smart. Yeah. That kid is very smart.
Yeah.
And he likes to eat a lot.
Yes, and I like what he chooses to eat. That's my favorite, especially Mexican. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he eats peppers and onions and stuff like that. Like, that's awesome.
No, he picks out exactly what I would eat, and he loves it. Yeah.
Yep. And he eats a lot of it. I've seen him do it.
Yeah, for a young, skinny guy, he eats a lot, yeah. But so does Chico.
I was about to say, so does his dad.
Yeah, Chico ain't gonna be like 250 pounds anytime soon. They got that metabolism thing going on.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice. Talk to my bear gut right now.
Man, that was a bummer when they canceled that Dead Zero shoot. I was looking forward to coming down there and meeting all you guys down there.
Did they?
That's crazy to think that's been 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
They canceled?
Yeah, that was when COVID first happened. There was supposed to be a big Dead Zero meet.
I thought they went after.
They have. It just wasn't a big one like we had originally planned. Like, I mean, Cranky was gonna go, Mig was gonna go. I mean, it was a big ordeal.
They had one. They had one like 2 days before my wedding, and everybody invaded my town.
Hell yeah! That was why I loaded up that 50 cal ammo can full of 45 and 9mm. I had 2 ammo cans full that I just finished off like last year.
Is it tight group or it's eating your powder
No,
coat?
hell no, it's not tight group.
What?
Tight group scares the shit out of me. No, I don't use that powder.
I love that powder.
It's economical and it's good, but I'm scared. I'm scared of double charges, so I don't use it.
Well, I mean, there is that, but
yeah.
I love it too. I just don't like how it eats powder coat.
I've never had that problem. Of course, paper targets don't care.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't pulled a bullet and watched half your powder stuck to the bullet.
You know what? My experience and the stuff that I went out. I know I'm going to sound like a fucking snob, and man, I hate doing that. The first time that I shot 1,000 yards, with my 308, we shot 20 rounds, and 20 rounds slow fire. And you know what? I only put like 6 rounds on the target. 4 of them were outside the rings. In other words, there were visible misses, and only 2 of them went into the 5 ring. The rest of those rounds, I had no idea where they went. And I had to learn, reading the wind and looking through my spotting scope and doing all that other crap and looking at the mirage and focusing, 100 yards away from the target so I could see the mirage and which way it was going and all that other stuff and read the wind and make my click adjustments and stuff. And I'm going to tell you what, if you've never shot 1,000 yards, I think that, Dead Zero is a good place to go. It gives you a perspective in your mind about, distance and accuracy and, what goes on between your ears and stuff like that. But to me, it'd be kind of boring because, they make you sight in and then the guy, he calls out all your clicks and stuff like that. To me, that'd be kind of like, hey,
you walk up in there and act like you know what you're doing. They'll let you do your own thing. Like I told the first time when Willie was here, I said I want to do 1,000-yard cold bore shot, and he's like, "All right." I pulled trigger and it was in the black, and he goes, "Cool. Now adjust your windage and you're golden." I'm like, I know, The second time I go up there, I want to do a cold bore one shot. And he said, "Well, you're not shooting my electronic targets. You can shoot that steel plate." And I pulled the rifle out, pulled the trigger, and bong. Of course, it was like 4 seconds later. He was like, "Oh, okay. Well, seems like you know what you're doing." Yep.
Yeah, but they don't know who knows what,
Right. I remember the first time we ever went there.
Pat, are you frozen? Can you hear us?
Let's give him a test. Pat, are you there?
Pat 1 2. Pat 1 2.
He's really deep in thought. Oh shit!
Yep.
Damn it!
That's how deep he was.
Was it something I said?
Well, if I went to dead zero, I'd have them, go ahead and put the target up there, and I would put my shooting jacket on, and I'd get in the prone position and sling in, put my spotting scope on the ground, and in the prone position, I would fire from a sling supported from my elbow at 1,000 yards with open sights on an M1 Grand. That is challenging to me. That is challenging to me. Yeah, I've done it before. M1As and M1 Grands. Fort Lewis, they would open up their 1,000 yard. Well, it was more than 1,000 yards. It was like 1,800 yards. But move up and at 1,000 yards. That's what we did on a Sunday once a month. So we'd fire 60 rounds, 3 20-round, segments. And nobody really won. This was all about seeing how your score is and experiencing it. It was like practical practice, to shoot that distance, and it was a lot of fun, man. It was challenging. It really was. So you learn a lot, man. You learn a lot when nobody's telling you what to do. I mean, you're reading books and you're doing all kinds of stuff, man. You're looking at all the tricks of the trade. Yeah.
Yep. I've got a note sheet.
It does boil down to your sight alignment, and it boils down to whether or not you're reading the wind by the mirage. You can't really go off the trees either. You got to actually see which way the mirage is boiling one way or the other. You got to be able to see that. So that's the reason why, like I said, you sight your spotting scope in so where it's not focusing on your target, it's actually 100 yards away from your target, because that's where you want to see that mirage. Yeah. Because they're going to pull the target down and score it and put it back up there. So you're going to see where your round went anyway. And that'll show up in your spotting scope. Because, the disc is that big around at 1,000 yards. Yeah. It's pretty wild, man. It's a lot of fun.
All right, guys, this was a super short chat where I wanted to and now we're 4.5 hours or more.
I was really hoping Pat was going to come in clutch and make it a 6-hour chat.
I know. Yeah. Pat tried to get in here, and I'm sorry that Pat couldn't. I guess it's internet or whatever. Sorry, Pat. Anyway, let's go to bed, people. I am dead tired. I had my ass kicked today.
I'm for that, Jim.
Yep, I'm down. Today was the
first.
first.
It's like 9:30. It's like 9:30 here.
All right. I'm glad everyone came on. It was great to see Julio again. Also,
yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And everyone in the side chat, I love you guys, and you guys that came on. It was awesome. I didn't expect more than an hour tonight, and here we are.
You can never do that because I don't get off work till 10.
Rickshaw. Take the rickshaw. Anyway.
Everybody out there in the side chat, good night. You guys have a good sleep. It was great seeing you.
Yep.
Same with all you guys.
I love you all. And until next time, I'm going to hit the button here. Good night, everyone. I'm
good night.
Chico. Good night, man.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, everybody. Until next time.